You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Thursday, April 27th, 2023 at around 11 p.m. And we are continuing to play the second half of this double feature box from Deadbolt Mysteries Society called Howl at the Moon. Let's check in with the chat here. Okay, chat's not working. Interesting. Okay, let me see what I can do here. How about this button? Oh, wow, interesting. So it's loading it and then hiding it. All right, well, we'll fix that at the first break. I can still see the chat. It's just you can't see it. You could see it if I enabled it on the tablet. But okay, anyway, not important. The chat says Ginny's here, Benny's here, Jonathan, Matt, everyone's here. Jonathan was talking about, let me bring this over. I can show some messages this way. Jonathan is talking about a show he watched, a radio show he listened to. I was going to recommend a couple of werewolf-themed movies, my favorite ones. I'm not a huge fan of the genre, but I have a couple favorites. They're all sort of standard fare. American Werewolf in London is an exceptional movie. One of those movies that feels quite special, sort of like hybrid genre of movie. It's clearly a horror movie, but it has some elements that are much more sophisticated. But also I like The Howling and maybe an Abbott and Costello movie with a werewolf. I have fond memories. I think that's the Frankenstein one that they're in that has the werewolf. Any other movies that people know that I've forgotten that are sort of special werewolf movies? There are a lot of werewolf movies out there. American Werewolf in London is the one I really remember being feeling different. Like whoever directed, that's a special movie, and everyone acknowledges that's a special movie. Okay, so last night, we played The Ventriloquist, which was quite fun, quite good. We finished it in about 3.5 hours. Some nice narrative, some fairly straightforward puzzles, but some good ones. And now we're opening up the second bag in this box. And you can get this box for like $20. it's on sale for recently. And it feels like you're getting a pretty good deal for $20. All right, so we've got this, looks like the same basic, well, no, actually. It's got some props. It's got our folder that we have access to, a sticker, a card. I'm not going to show the stuff that was common to both. This has two envelopes. One that says don't open until instructed. Feels like there's not much in this one. And then one envelope that it says you can open anytime, and then our beginning brief. Let's just start right here. Let me move this out of the way. I'll try to remember to fix that YouTube chat thing on the next break. Okay, here's the Crush Program Initiative. Remember, we were introduced to that on the first case as the special sort of cold case, emergency case program. For the past 3 months, a murder has occurred on the night of the full moon. The victims were 3 men who varied in ages and interests. So far, the police have determined the men did not know each other. The only thing the men seemingly had in common was their patronage of a certain local bar called Ernie's. Each victim showed signs of being attacked by an animal, bite and scratch marks, blood loss found in heavily wooded areas. However, certain aspects of each crime scene indicate a human element of some sort. Adding to the confusion were patches of hair found on or near each body that are similar in genetic makeup to that of a wolf. The match, however, isn't conclusive. The lab techs have never seen anything quite like the samples. The investigation has been stalled as authorities have attempted to figure out what might be responsible for the deaths. At the moment, there are only 3 possible scenarios that could explain what happened to the dead men. 1. They were killed by a wild animal of some sort that the lab tech just hasn't accurately identified. 2. A serial killer has patterned their behavior in such a way as to mimic some sort of animal or werewolf. 3. The victims were actually killed by a werewolf. It's up to you to determine which of these theories is the correct one. The next full moon is in a few days. Solving this case could mean saving a life. Local game wardens are investigating the wild animal theory. That leaves the other 2 theories for you to check out. Proceed with the notion that we're dealing with a werewolf or someone who believes they change into something inhuman on the night of the full moon. There are established rules for werewolves. Use those rules to suss out who might have done this in the event that it wasn't a wild animal attack. We've compiled a folder with necessary information about the bar and all the people who work there. Photos of certain places within the bar have also been included. We've also bagged and placed into evidence some unusual items from the bar that may be helpful. Start by reviewing the file and reading what Ernie, the owner, has to say. He and Bethany, the other bartender, were both working on the nights of the murders and have corroborated each other's schedules, so we have ruled them out. There's also a psychic named Madame Daphne who sets up shop next door to Ernie's bar. If she's the genuine article, there's a good chance she can provide you some useful information on the case. Perhaps she has a reading on the whole sordid business. You can inspect anything in the folder, the evidence bag, and the shopping bag from Madame Daphne's as you attempt to answer all of the questions that remain unanswered. Examining the contents of the folder would be a good place to start. All right. So it says we should start here. Then we've got questions that need to be answered. This is what we open at stage 2. There's Madame Daphne's shopping bag. And then stuff they found at the bar, it said, I think. All right, let's start here. I will tell you something about me. Begin in the southeast corner, then go north, northwest. What is this? Interview with Madame Daphne. These look like our persons of interest. Photo of a drink pyramid. Photo taken on a back wall. More interviews. Alright, I guess we'll start at the top here. We don't know what this is. We'll just put this aside. Message found near the third victim's body. Okay. Let's look at what we've got here. Mickey, Mona Lisa, Persephone, Blue Jean, Johnny B. Good, and Vincent. All right, we don't know who these people are. We don't know who these people are or why they're persons of interest. It would be nice if we got that laid out to us somehow. I wouldn't mind like a little police report here. But, okay, a bunch of interviews and then stuff from the bar. All right, let's look at our evidence photos. This is, so far we got evidence, message found near the third victim's body. Now we've got evidence, photo of a drink pyramid set up at the end of the bar. Okay. Okay. Not a puzzle in and of itself. Goes with something else. Here's a piece of evidence. Photo taken on the back wall of Ernie's. Okay. Some stickers on the wall. Doesn't look like any repeats. Again, not a puzzle in and of itself. Found on the ground outside Ernie's. Given the nature of this investigation, it seems significant. All right, so it's a little moon chart. New moon. Waning, waxing. Just a little diagram of how the moon phases work. Not a puzzle, just a piece of information. Are you or a loved one turning into a lycanthrope? Know the signs, werewolf facts. Have you ever thought you or a loved one might be turning into a werewolf? Here are the signs to watch for. You anxiously pace around the room as the sun goes down. Your nails grow longer and sharper. You feel yourself getting stronger. Your eyebrows grow closer and closer together. You're exhausted after the full moon. Your eyes start getting brown-yellow flecks in them. You tend to get angry before the full moon. Other useful werewolf facts. Werewolves cannot stand a plant known as wolfsbane or aconitum. Werewolves hate silver, and the easiest way to kill a werewolf is to decapitate them. Okay. We've got some interviews. Let's put all the interviews together. The interviews look like puzzles. That's interesting. Okay, we've got an interview of Bethany. I think we were told Bethany was the other bartender. Is that right? Yes. So Ernie is the owner of Ernie's Bar and one of the bartenders. And then Bethany is the other bartender. All right, let's put these aside for now. Oh, here's our article about the 3 people killed. Let's take a close look at this. This looks like it might be good. Set the stage a little bit. Valley Falls college student attacked by wild animal in East Haven Forest. So we've got May, April, and June. April, May, June, in this order. I don't know why they're listed out of order. Let's start with the first murder of the traveling salesman killed by a wild animal, reported by Elaine Berger. Michael Montesi, a dental equipment salesman from Boston, was found covered in bites and scratches after a night of drinking at Ernie's bar. He had left for his motel when he was attacked. No one knows why he left and went out to the woods. Police are still trying to gather details about Montesi's movements on the night of his death. Montesi, incidentally, is an heir to the famed Montesi crime family, although it isn't believed that the connection had anything to do with his death. He was found by a runner, Elena Hodgkins, who stumbled upon his body while she was on her morning jog. Hodgkins alerted authorities as soon as she could get cell reception. It appears whatever attacked Montesi first bit his leg, breaking it, which prevented him from fleeing before the fatal wound was delivered. The chest cavity was ripped open when his body was found. Only half his heart remained. Interesting. One thing that's not clear about these Deadbolt mystery games is when there's a supernatural element that's allowed to be involved. We have played cases that had supernatural elements. Usually the game or something on the... Usually Deadbolt tells you when there's a heavy supernatural element. But the rules of this world do allow supernatural, but they try not to rely on it much. Okay, next murder, a month later. Valley Falls College student attacked by a wild animal in East Haven Forest. Gavin Bartlett was found on April 29th after a vicious attack from what authorities believe was a rabid animal. Bartlett's torso and face were mauled with scratches and bite marks. Authorities were unable to make a positive identification until the autopsy was completed. Bartlett was found at the edge of the forest by a group of hikers. He was a senior studying advertising at Valley Falls University. He had been reported absent from classes the day of the accident and hadn't been seen at his apartment for 4 days. His roommates reported him missing after a day of not hearing from him. They claimed he was always the type to come home after classes, at the very least for a nap before going back out. One item of note, Bartlett was the victim of an attempted kidnapping only a few weeks prior. However, there doesn't seem to be an obvious tie between the two incidents. The investigation into Bartlett's death is still ongoing. That's interesting. Victim of an attempted kidnapping a few weeks prior. It feels like the plot is thickening here. And then June, missing sanitation worker found dead. Different author here. Frank Costella had been missing for a week before his body was found Wednesday on the edge of East Haven Forest. Massive claw wounds to the neck, scratches, and strangulation were contributing factors in his death. It's unknown what kind of animal was responsible, but he was found with a large tuft of fur in his hand that is currently being analyzed. According to his wife, Wendy Costella, Frank was supposed to pick up their kids after school on the day of his disappearance. After an hour, the school grew worried and called her. First, she was furious, but her anger eventually turned to worry when Frank didn't show up at all that night. Although it is believed to be unrelated, Frank previously served time in Riverbend Penitentiary for racketeering. So we've got a criminal underworld guy, an heir to a criminal underworld family, a guy who was previously in jail for racketeering, and a student with no obvious criminal ties, but who was the victim of an attempted kidnapping. All right, then we have another interview with the next door neighbor, Madame Daphne, who's speaking in riddles. Not a puzzle, though. Very few puzzles so far. Just information. All right, what's this now? It doesn't even say what it's a photo of, but it's clearly the photo of a bathroom stall. Hey, what are you looking at? There's a werewolf, that DJ who was a werewolf or something, I don't know. get a load of this nut job in case I forget Spanish 1. You guys really shouldn't be writing on the bathroom stall. It's vandalism. I can't tell if you are trolling or just plain dumb. This place is such a blank. Why the blank would anyone eat here? Then it says here, wow, this place needs a new paint job. And then there's a drawing of a wolf, it looks like. So this looks like it's related to some puzzle. And no scan. So we've got one QR code scan on one of the interviews. That's all we've seen so far. And we've got our interviews, and then we've got these people of interest, but not including our bartender or any of the victims. Is that right? Who are these people then? Maybe these are just people at the bar. You can read these, of course. Just trying to think. No other puzzles. That's it. Questions that need to be answered. Well, what do you think? This says you may open anytime. All right, so I'm going to give you a choice here. Let's see. Does anyone know what the article about the college student means when it says the day of the accident? I think they're talking about, yeah, maybe it would have been better said as incident, but I think they're calling the animal attacks possible accidents. I don't think they're talking about anything else, but maybe there's something else. All right, so let me ask you, what do you think we should do? Should we read through these cards for these people that we don't know who they are? Should we read through the interviews? Probably we should read through the interviews with the owner. Never mind, I'm not going to ask your opinion, because that's what we should do, clearly. We should talk to the owner of the bar and the bartender and see what they have to say. Let's do that. Let's see if we can get some more information about what's going on and where Ernie's fits into all this. Okay, yeah, I'm Ernie. I'm the owner of this place. I recognize those guys that were killed. 2 of them were regulars here. I suppose that makes me and my bar the detail that all 3 share. Lucky me. I've had the same crew working for me for the last year or so. It's the longest I've gone without losing an employee. Knock on wood. I'll tell you what I can about each of the people who work for me and what I know about my regulars. I don't know if what I say will be helpful, but you never know, right? And for what it's worth, this isn't a werewolf. First off, werewolves aren't real. What a stupid idea. If they were real, they wouldn't be so careless. They'd be smarter about who and how they'd kill. They also wouldn't leave as many remains. What animal do you know that kills but doesn't eat its prey? Whoever did this is skilled enough in the art of pain to make the local fixers and mafioso types sit back and take notice. Anyway, about the folks you're looking into. Mickey. He's one of my bartenders. Good guy. Mixes a mean Irish car bomb. First time I had one, I didn't realize you had to drink it quickly before the Irish cream curdles. The longer the drink sits there after it's been bombed, the worse it gets. Mickey's a clown and thought it was funny. He kept making them as fast as I could drink them. Even though I own a bar, I usually do things in moderation, but not that day. I had such a headache the next morning. Thankfully, I have the cure behind the bar, hair of the dog that bit you and all that. Mickey knew I wouldn't allow my product to go to waste and that I'd drink whatever he poured just to keep from wasting money. I'm kind of a cheapskate at times. It's a flaw I don't apologize for. I docked his pay for that little stunt, though. He hasn't tested it, hasn't tried it since. Now who's the jokester? All right, so he's talking about Mickey, one of his bartenders. All right. Next up, Vincent. Well, he runs the kitchen. We don't do anything fancy here, just burgers and fries, sandwiches, stuff like that. It's not rocket science, but then Vincent isn't a rocket scientist. Friendly enough guy, not the brightest star in the sky, though, if you know what I mean. He grew up in Alaska and used to participate in those dog sled races that you see on TV sometimes. I'm not sure which is worse, living in sub-zero temperatures for a big part of the year or living in Valley Falls. Both suck, if you ask me. And you can quote me on that. All right, so that's Vincent, the cook. Next up, Persephone. Well, she's my daughter and a solid bartender. Fills in sometimes for me. I taught her everything I know, and before you ask, my ex-wife named her, not me. Her mom was into goth culture and dressed in all black when we were younger. Watched Interview with a Vampire and all that kind of stuff. Well, she seemed dangerous and edgy, which was exciting at the time. However, we were from two different worlds. I'm more of a blue-collar guy, so we weren't much of a match for long. Just long enough to bring Persephone into the world. And Persephone, unfortunately, took after her mom a little too much, but she's going to vet school, so all hope for her isn't lost. It's costing me a fortune, but it's worth it to help her achieve her dream. I'd do anything for her. And here is our Persephone goth girl. Next up. This is what we were talking about, the willingness of this Deadbolt Mystery Society to really take some time with narrative, and I really do appreciate that. Rather than just giving you puzzles, there's a lot of buildup of story here and personality. All right, next up is Blue Jean. Well, his name is just Gene, and he's been coming here since I opened the place. He was going through a messy divorce when I first met him and was pretty down in the dumps. I thought it'd be funny to call him Blue Jean because he was sad all the time, and the nickname just stuck. I guess I wasn't very understanding about his situation, but he's a good sport. I have nicknames for most of my regulars. Blue Jean used to be a cop, worked in the canine unit. Says his dog is as good as any human partner he's ever had. Better than some. Okay, that's Blue Jean. Next up, Johnny Be Good. His name's John. He's here every Tuesday night like clockwork because we have half-price pitchers and half-price wings. He's an ex-con and he's a cheapskate. That's why he only shows up on Tuesdays. He did time for burglary. I call him Johnny Be Good like the song because that's what I used to tell him every time he came in. Johnny, be good. He's a decent guy and I don't want to see him go back to jail because of another mistake. He's the guy who always wears the jacket that says Los Lobos Locos on the back. It means the crazy wolves. Next up, Mona Lisa. As you might guess, her name's Lisa, but I think she's pretty enough to be considered fine art. I've considered asking her out before, but she's too young for me. She's probably only a few years older than Persephone. When it comes to women, I should probably realize that I'm like an old dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I actually caught one. Honestly, I don't know why she comes to a dive like this one. She seems a little more upscale and sophisticated than most of my customers. Okay, and then he says, he knows a little bit about the victims. Let's hear what he says about them. As far as the victims themselves, here's what I know. I've heard whispers that all of them were involved in criminal enterprises of some sort. You can't own a bar without picking up on some juicy secrets every now and then. Michael Montesi, he's a salesman of some sort, dental equipment I think. I don't think he's from around here. He just stops in when he's in town on business. I don't know much about him, honestly. Of the three, he's the one I know the least. Whatever he was doing in town probably didn't have much to do with dentistry. Interesting. Now, Gavin Bartlett. It's a shame about all three of the victims, but this one really hits hard. Kid had just turned 21 about 6 months ago. He's barely old enough to drink, but he was legal. Before you think something, we carded him every time to be sure. He was working with a local painter and going to night school at Valley Falls University. I think he was about to finish up with a degree in advertising or something business related. He was a sweet kid, but there were stories that he wasn't as sweet as he seemed. Who knows? Now on Frank Costello. Well, he was a local garbage man. Oh, garbage person. Sanitation worker. That's the correct term nowadays, isn't it? Anyway, I always spoke to him when he came in. He seemed like a nice guy. He worked our neighborhood. I heard that he had a reputation for disposing of trash of the human variety, if you get my drift. Maybe a hitman. If I had to give you one piece of information that I can verify about these guys, it's that I've seen all three of them in the back playing a game of pool or darts. Only problem is the door to the back room is locked. Being that I'm the owner and all, you'd think that I would have access to that room. I think it's another one of Mickey's pranks, although he denies it. I've got a locksmith coming on Monday to fix the problem. In the meantime, if you see Mickey, tell him to put away those beers he stacked up. I have no idea what possessed him to make a pyramid out of them. Also, if you need to talk to Bethany, she's at the bar. She and I were working together on the nights of all three of the murders. I have to say, she's the most dependable bartender I have, besides myself, of course. If you have any other questions besides the ones I've already answered, just let me know. Unless they involve how I started this place, that's one wild, crazy story meant for a night filled with more whiskeys and less murder. Alright, so maybe a clue that the puzzle for how to get in the back room bar might be Mickey's stack of beer bottles. And remember that the intro told us that the owner, Ernie, and Bethany have good, strong alibis for each other and for that night. So let's just take a look at Bethany's interview, which is a puzzle. And then maybe we'll take a little early break for me to fix the chat here. Okay, Bethany says, I'm willing to talk to you, but only if you prove you're knowledgeable. If a girl was dating a werewolf, what would she never use as perfume? Okay, we know that. That's that flower from... This is all from these facts here, right? Wolf can't stand a plant known as wolfsbane or actinium. Okay, so the answer to that one is 2. If you needed to help your werewolf boyfriend blend in while he's in his human form, you might need to... Okay, wax or tweeze his unibrow, right? We're told that the eyebrows come close together. If you have a werewolf boyfriend, when's a bad time to make them angry? Okay. I think we heard they get mad before the full moon, right? They get angry before the full moon. Finally, which is better, big and strong werewolf or a stupid and sparkly vampire? That's interesting. How are we supposed to know this one? I guess it's kind of obvious in the way she's phrased it, huh? She likes werewolves. So this goth culture here at this bar likes werewolves. It's a local werewolf bar, I guess. All right, so I guess if we scan this code, we just put in the right answers. And maybe she tells us she gives us her statement from the webpage. All right, we're going to take an early break here so that I can fix the chat. Let me just check that it's still not working. Yeah. All right, I'm going to fix the chat. When we come back, we'll take our first 8-minute break a little early here. I'll see you when we get back. Okay, we're back. Let me see if I've got the chat fixed here. Okay, looks like I do. So in OBS, when you, this side thing that you see, this split screen where I have the chat here, is basically the YouTube chat page with some custom CSS to size it and do everything. And apparently one of the custom CSS that I wrote for it, which was animating in messages, broke and caused some trouble. Benny says, done 2 so far, found 4 at the thrift store for $3 each. Oh, that's a good price. All right, so I have to say, some people like supernatural in games. I am not a fan of it. I'm much happier when what we've got is like a serial killer who's a psychopath and thinks there's some supernatural going on. But I'm okay with the setup of these Deadbolt games, which sort of flirt with the idea that there's some supernatural element, but leave you guessing. And we've got an interesting setup in this case where it's clearly not something simple like just a werewolf killing people. And even the bar owner is telling us, like, this is not an animal that's attacking. This is something else going on. But maybe in addition to some criminal enterprise, there's also a werewolf. All right, so we've got these people, some of which work there. Mickey, Vincent, and the daughter of the owner, Persephone. And then we've got some regular customers. And we've got Bethany, the bartender's going to give us her statement, but first we have to answer her questions. And then we haven't yet read Madame Daphne's statement. Let's see what she says. She looks like she's another one who's reluctant to give her statement. Okay. I had a vision. I can tell you something about the case. First, determine which of your suspects matches with each of my tarot cards. Once you know who is who, write in their name, their card name, without spaces, and ignore any extra blanks. Then it is simply the moon and the star. First, determine which of your suspects matches with each of my tarot cards. Okay, these are the tarot cards, I guess. Each suspect matches. And then it's simply the moon and the star. So whatever letter goes in these spots here. Okay. And suspects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we're supposed to figure out who is who. And probably it's their tarot card, right? Like this guy's going to be the criminal. There's the chef. There's the drink mixer. There's the canine operator. There's the top hat guy. Which one is the top hat guy? Is that Blue Jean? Oh, that's his statement. All right, so we could probably do this now, but let's read from our suspects first before we do. All right, let's start with the employees, and then we'll go to the customers. Okay, here's Vincent. Oh, I see. Their symbols are right down there. There's no guessing about it. All right. Vincent says, I never met the victims. I'm always in the back and not worried with the customers. Anytime you'll see me, I'll be cooking up a batch of crappy bar food. It's burgers and beer here for the most part. No Michelin star for me. If you want to know who I think killed those guys, you should talk to Mickey. He isn't the nice guy he pretends to be. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you know what I mean. You should definitely take a look into what he was doing the nights of the murders, because I know he wasn't at the bar on those specific days. Mickey calls in a lot, meaning he takes the day off a lot. Okay, that was the chef and with the frying pan. All right, well, let's talk to Mickey and see what he has to say for himself. Look, I like to have a good time. I don't like for things to be too serious. After all, this bar is not a church. I like to relax and maybe play some darts. I'm definitely not the guy to murder someone. Play a prank? Sure, but kill people? That's too heavy for me. Besides, if I was going to kill anybody, don't you think it would be my boss? He's a hard case who always stays on my case about growing up. Where's the fun in that? Listen, if I were you, I'd look into Lisa. She doesn't fit in with our rather unorthodox exterior. I'm not sure why she comes here. There's something off about her. Oh, and by the way, in the interest of doing my civic duty and helping you with your investigation, here's a shot glass. It's the key to the back room. It's greatest to least. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I've lost my good luck charm. All right, so he told us a bunch of stuff, but one of the things he said is here's a shot glass, and I can see that that's one of our pieces of evidence. Okay. So it's not a usable glass shot glass. It's a little piece of plastic. That's unfortunate. Otherwise, we could have a little drink out of this and celebrate it. All right, he gives us a shot glass. He says it's the key to the back door lock. And then he says from greatest to least. And then he says, I've lost my good luck charm. All right. Well, let's follow these in order. I was going to do all the workers, but let's sort of, when one person mentions another one, let's do it in that order. So here's Mona Lisa, the one that's out of place. Yes, it's sad about all these killings. I just can't believe it would happen around here. Ernie's bar is such a nice getaway from the troubles of Valley Falls. I'm used to a room full of stiff suits and stuffy, uptight environment at work. It's enough to make you disillusioned after a while. Honestly, I'm over it all. Ernie's, on the other hand, is nothing like that. I like coming here because everyone is so authentic. It almost feels like I have friends here. Well, except for Johnny. He's weird, and not in the normal way men are weird around me when they're trying to flirt. Johnny is more like the I'd murder you in the woods type of weird. So you can guess who I think did it. There's Mona Lisa. Her picture frame is her tarot card. All right, so she doesn't like Johnny. Well, I used to steal things and con people and even do a little gun running for one of the local mafia families, but I never hurt anyone. I used to be a criminal, but not anymore. That life is behind me now. I usually stick with my buddies in Los Lobos Locos. Despite the stigma that comes from being in a motorcycle group, we keep our noses pretty clean. If Frank hadn't been one of the victims, I would have assumed he was the one committing the murders. He had a mean streak on occasion and had an intense look in his eyes. It was the kind of look that made you think he was only a split second away from snapping. He also hung out with that divorced guy, the one who worked at the canine unit. Two of them could have done something like that. Oh, by the way, if you run across a wallet, please let me know. I lost mine. And I have a very important call to make, and the phone number I need is inside that wallet. It's urgent. All right, he thinks it's the K9 unit guy. Which one was the K9 unit? I think our bartender told us. Does anyone remember which one is the K9 unit? Blue Jean used to be a cop, worked in the K9 unit. Okay. Let me see with the chat here. Okay. Jonathan says, anyone else getting a slight buzzing in some of the audio? Could be my side. It's not your side. It's not your side, it's the air conditioner. I'll turn it off. Hold on. So in the past, you guys haven't noticed the air conditioner, but I have it may be the audio filter I've also got on the audio here that's making it worse. All right, it should be gone now. All right, here's Blue Jean, the K9 cop. I spent most of my career as an undercover cop working in the organized crime unit. We were always trying to keep the rival families from turning Valley Falls into a war zone. Then I transferred to the K9 unit, and instantly I felt like I had truly found my calling. Brought one of the dogs home to train, and to my dismay, he bit my wife. I think he was just playing, but she didn't see it that way. She said it was either her or the dog. Needless to say, I chose the dog because I didn't like ultimatums. Got divorced shortly thereafter, but I still have that dog. Earl is his name. For a while after the divorce, I felt like a failure. That's why I started going to Ernie's to drink my worries away. Ernie's daughter serving me drinks didn't hurt either. But despite her being pretty, I wouldn't put a murder past her. She's obsessed with all that dark stuff like her mom. Just like her mom. All right, Persephone, the daughter, is next. Well, I think a werewolf did it, but it wasn't me. Of course, I'm not actually a werewolf, though the indicators are there. I've done research and discovered that I'm a descendant of Romulus, the founder of Rome. He was the werewolf son of Diana, raised by the esteemed she-wolf. Some people think researching your family tree is a useless cause. Not me. I want to be just like my ancestor. Unfortunately, the werewolf gene has never manifested itself in me. Main quality I share with Romulus is that I'm a leader like he was. Going through the changes at the turn of the full moon seems like the most primal feeling in the world. I long for it. If I had to guess who the werewolf is, I'd say it's Vincent. He's so hairy. Okay, so there they are. They all blame each other. Some of them have lost stuff. Mickey gave us a clue. The guy lost his wallet. Interesting group of characters here. All right. Let's see. What else do we have in this bag here? Here's a little menu from Ernie's. Ernie's cocktail menu. Ernie's Pick, the Pick Me Up, Urban Legend, Wolf's Bane, Careful Coffee, Forest Tea, and an Irish car bomb that we were told about. Here's the beer. Aha. That sounds like it might be part of that puzzle. The beer cans. Ammo, Craft, Chill, Deadly Hops, Brew, and Groove. So remember this puzzle. So there are our cans, right? We've got Ammo, Groove, the Deadly Hops, the chilled, and craft. And what did he say to do with them? He said greatest to least. So I guess the ones with the, it's either the ones that are most expensive to the least expensive, or ones that there are the most of. So I think this is a good lesson about grammar. Greatest and least shouldn't be the value, should be the one that there are the most of. So if you had to guess, I would guess that you count what cans there are the most of and look it up here, and that's the first digit. So rather than vice versa, but we could try it that way. All right, so let's see if we've got ammo, craft, chilled, deadly hops, and groove. Then we ask how many are there of each of these. Okay, ammo, that's the orange ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of those ammos. How about craft? That's these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chilled, that's the blue ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's a problem for my theory, because there's a tie. Craft 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. So there goes my theory. Deadly hops. Let's count those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of those. And groove. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of those. And then the cost of them. The ammo is 2. Craft is 3. Chilled is 4. Deadly hops is 6. And groove is 7. Okay, so because these are tied, my theory was we were going to rank them in this order, count order, and then get their digits, but maybe it's cost. So the groove would come first from greatest to least, which would give us the digit 9. Next would come deadly hops, which would give us the digit 6. Then chilled, then craft, then ammo. So here's one sequence we could get if we ordered them by their cost and just counted them, which seems most likely to me. What do you guys think? Is that what it's asking for? 96447 is my guess, but there's no puzzle yet. A little weird. And also he says, here's a shot glass. That's the key to the back room. Whereas we thought this might be the key to the back room. This doesn't have a scan code on it. It's a little unusual, this game, how few QR codes there are to scan. All right, well, let's put this with this, with this. We'll worry about solving it when we get an opportunity. And just see what else is in this bag while we're here. All right, we've got a little weather vane thing. We've got a napkin from Ernie's with some codes on it in shapes. Doesn't seem to be anything else in this napkin other than this. Then we've got some notes here, like a to-do list. Clean out the fridge, count the drink and food inventory, load all of the red plates into the dishwasher, Check the trash cans, empty the ones that are close to full, and for Pete's sake, don't forget to wipe down the tables. And then we've got some unusual things here. One thing that occurs is like this. It doesn't look, no, that's not the right diameter circle. I'm not sure these are relevant or just for illustration. That's an interesting little thing. Not quite sure how to use this or this. Okay. I'll tell you something about me. Begin in the southeast corner. I wonder if that's this. This could be this. If we began in the southeast corner, we'd go here. North, south, west, east. Go north, northwest, southwest, northwest, northwest, northeast, east, southwest, southwest, southeast. So we actually can do this path on here. That suggests that perhaps this is related to this. Message found near the third victim's body. Well, okay, even if that's the right path through here, there's nothing to do with that information yet, so we'll put that in the pile of clues that we don't know what to do with it. This one we did think we figured out, so let me put that in a different location. That was to answer her questions. These we don't know how to use, so I'm going to put all these clues that we don't know how to use yet away, but I think these might go together, so maybe we'll put these together. All right. Nothing to scan on any of those. Did any of these people have scans? No. All right, so that's the end. That's the end of the evidence bag. We are allowed to open this at any time. And then we do have a couple things here. So the Madame's thing we can figure out. But again, unusually for this game, no QR code to scan. However, it sounds like this might go with this. That's her bag. So maybe we'll open this in a second. But we do have this we could scan at any time. And I think, unless I'm mistaken, this is the only one we can scan. Let's check in with the chat here. Does the shot glass match the circumference of the partial circles on the note? Well, that's an interesting question. Yes, it does. Yes, it sure does. So if you do that, it looks like, okay, that's pretty clever. That's a good call. All right, so it looks like if you put this on there, there's a little divot at the center of the circumference of the shot glass. You can probably see that, right? The little divot. And it looks like maybe if you put this on it, one word is in the center. The count red ones don't. Let's see, what order should we do it? Count the red don't. Count the red ones don't. Count the red. Count the red ones, but you have to do it out of order. So, but maybe you just have to figure out, don't count the red ones. I think it's saying don't count the red ones. We'll do it in order from top to bottom, and then we'll make sense. We'll make sense of it later. But it sounds like it's saying don't count the red ones. The count red ones don't. So I think he's saying don't count the red ones. But does he mean... He told us that the shot glass was the key to the back room. So this is the key to the back room, but the question is, does it tie in with the... Does it tie in with the beer cans, or is that a separate puzzle? All right, but we still have nothing to scan, even if we wanted to. All right, so we could do Bethany's puzzle now, which I think we should. All right, let's just write down our answers for Bethany and let her, so she can give us her statement. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. All right, let's see. So we said the answer to the first one was 2. The answer to the second one was 3. The next one was 2. And then surely she likes the big strong werewolves. 2, 3, 2, 1. That's the 4 questions she wants the answers to. All right, let's scan this and see if we can get Bethany to give us her statement. So I tried a new PDF reader since we had our trouble last time. Let's see if we can use this new one here. Fox it. Okay, so let's see if it's 2, 3, 2, 1. I wouldn't mind being able to see that, but it doesn't want us to. So do you think that's the password? Yes. All right, so let's read this, and then now let me see if this new Foxit thing will remove passwords. Okay, so maybe that's even better than our old PDF reader. All right, let's see what Bethany says. Yeah, I'll answer your question since you answered mine. Ernie and I were both tending bar on those nights in question, and although this place seems to be the common thread in all the killings, neither of us saw or heard anything unusual. I will let you in on our little secret, though, 'cause I don't want to see a friend of mine take the blame for something they didn't do. I know what you're investigating and what you think might be to blame. What I'm about to tell you will sound equally as crazy. The murders occurred on the night of the full moon. The word that keeps crossing your mind is werewolf, but then you keep thinking that's absurd. Examine the cycles of the moon and use the spinning arrow we keep on hand for game night at Ernie's bar to help you with what I'm about to tell you. Obviously, full is the place to start each time. You ever notice the mysterious guy who stands around the basement door out behind Ernie's wearing his sunglasses at night? He's more than a simple loiterer. He's there for a reason. Give him the password you come up with and you'll find out where one of your suspects was on the night in question. Then she gives us some codes. Okay, so we've got Bethany's puzzle done. We've got access to her sheet, her statement. And she tells us, use this spinner from game night with this. She says start on full, obviously, each night. And then she's got some stuff for us. So R3, I guess she means go 1, 2, 3. If you had to guess, that's what she means, R. So, and then what do you think? Do you think, like, what do we do when we do that? 1, 2, 3. Is that 3? What is it pointing to? Out on the ground. Like, probably this. Let's see, give him the password. I see. All right, well, it looks like there's 2 parts. There's a 1 and a 2. I was thinking each thing would be a letter, like each of these things is a letter, but we don't know what letters would go there. But maybe we're just meant to do this and get two words. So let's see. R3 and then left 4. Let's just do it this way. We don't really need this. We start at full. We go 1, 2, 3, R3. Then left 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. R7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. L3, 1, 2, 3. L1, right 2. Left 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right 2, 1, 2. Left 3, 1, 2, 3. Right 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Left 2, 1, 2. Right 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. New. So I think the first word is new. Then we start again at full. And we go left 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right 1, left 11, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right 3, 1, 2, 3, left 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, left 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Left 3, 1, 2, 3. Right 2, 1, 2. Left 3, 1, 2, 3. Waxing. So I believe it's saying that the password is new waxing. Does that make sense? That's the password to the person who's guarding the basement door out back. All right. No scan for that. It's almost like it's very unusual for Deadbolt Mystery Society games not to have QR codes on these things. Like, we've solved this. Now, when is it going to have us put this password in? I'm not sure. And we'll just put this in our pile here. In case I forget, Spanish one. 3 star. Again, no QR codes. So take it on the back wall. Okay, I don't think we're meant to solve those yet. what do we do? Okay, well, we have enough to solve her thing here, which we could do, but we don't have any place to put it. But I suppose let's just try to see what we've got here. So starting at the top, here's the handcuffed person, Johnny Be Good. Does his full name fit in here? JOHNNY BGOODE. Okay, well, let's do this one then. So the Madame's thing. If this is Johnny Be Good, we've got JOHN. So we've got the star is N. And next up is frying pan person, Vincent. But now VINCENT. Which of your suspects matches? Write their card name without spaces and ignore any extra blanks. That would mean if this is Vincent, then the moon is a blank? That's weird, huh? Unless we know his last name. I don't think we were given his last name. I know Ernie tells us about him. But maybe we're going to find out his last name later? It's a little weird. That might be the only one that happens to. So maybe let's just put it aside for now. Next up is Martini Guy. That's Mickey. So I guess I can give you a little closer. Mickey would be MICKE. So star equals C. And then the moon equals E. Next up is Mona Lisa. So MON. So in her case, the star is an N, nothing else. Next up is the top hat guy, Persephone, Persephone. So in her case, the moon would be a P, PERS. Star is an S. I'm not sure this is the right way to do this, but then Blue Jean, BLUE. So in this case, the star is an E. All right, well, it's not clear to me that this is useful, but maybe we have to find this guy's last name, Vincent, in order to do this. I wouldn't be surprised. So let's just put this with this for now. Let's open the Madame's bag and see if she's got more help for us. Whoa, I see. Look at that. So it was premature to lock up. We have to do this first. This was not based on their actual first names. It's probably based on the names of the tarot cards. It's a little more interesting. Okay, so that's probably useless here. Okay, so it looks like we've got 6 cool looking tarot cards. And we're probably going to have to line up who belongs to what. These people, this Deadbolt company just continues to impress me. All right, let's look at what we've got here. We've got our 6 people. Let's line up our 6 people. All right. We know a little bit about them, and now we've got tarot cards. Let's see what we can make out of this. The Devil. These are nice looking art in an interesting style. It pays to actually have a look at it. All right, let's see what the Devil says. This person has an intense fear of being held captive. Because they have before. The people chained to the devil on the front of the card represent limitations and expectations. The person associated with the devil may have been let loose from what they've done, but they are always worried about what might happen. Well, that kind of sounds like Blue Jean, the guy who got out of his wedding. Out of his marriage. What do you think? Let's keep going. Maybe we'll make more sense. All right, here's the Hanged Man. This person is holding tightly to the past, so much so they've tied themselves up in it. It's obvious to them that they've lost what they valued most, and I think that loss is a person. Past mistake leaves them suspended in time, unable to fully let go. They look to be somewhat content now, but not completely happy. They're just a shell of solemn contentment. A loss, holding tightly to the past. Not sure who that is. The Magician. That seems like Persephone based on her top hat. Let's read her thing. This card is about manifestation and making your own way. As you can see on the card, the person represented by the Magician has all the elements to make something: earth, air, water, and fire. They combine these elements to create something new that they could serve to others. Okay, well that sounds like the bartender. Let's move these up a bit. Bartender, maybe Blue Jean. Benny says definitely Jean is the Hanged Man. All right, I'm going to put this over here. You think that belongs to him, holding tightly to the past. All right, let's go to our next one. Death. That's a pretty cool illustration of a skeleton on a horse, kind of like a medieval ghost rider. This person is disillusioned with a person or group of people. They used to be very dedicated, but now they can't seem to find the time. Maybe they're growing up, maybe they're in a new stiff environment, and that's making it hard for them to make time for the things they used to do. A part of them is dying, and they're ready to leave it behind. Maybe they're growing up. Maybe they're in a new stiff environment, making it hard for them. That kind of sounded like Mona Lisa talking about not like being in the stiff environment. So I'm going to say for now that that one belongs to Mona Lisa. Okay, let's look at the Fool. There's a dog. This might be our Blue Jean with the dog. That's a pretty cool illustration. The person I see here is a bit of a prankster. They like to joke and make things light, but that may backfire for them soon. The tarot is a journey of a lifetime. The Fool, being the first card, has just begun his journey and isn't ready for what's to come. This young person is a cub amongst wolves and is about to get themselves in a pickle, if they haven't already. I mean, this sounds like the prankster is our bartender. About to get themselves in a pickle. I'm going to put this with the bartender again for now. Here's the tower. This person is destroying their life for a useless cause. I see a leader here, but whatever they're leading is destroying them. They just don't realize it yet. Just like the Tower of Babel was destroyed because of too lofty goals, this too will not last. Searching for meaning could be this person's destruction. I'm not sure. Well, these are a little more challenging than I expected. Let's look back. Let's go the other way. Johnny Be Good. What's special about him? He used to steal things. He used to be a criminal. He's got his friend Frank. He thinks did it. He says the cook has a look and an intense look in his eyes. Hung out with a divorced guy. Two of them could have done something like that. If you run across a wallet, let me know. I lost mine. I have an important call to make. Phone number's in there. He's not destroying his life for a useless cause. What about the chef? I never met the victims. I'm always in the back, not worried, with the customers. You should talk to Mickey. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Mickey calls in sick a lot. These are not helping here. What about Ernie's statements of people? Vincent runs the kitchen. He grew up in Alaska. Dog sled races. Mickey is the prankster. Persephone's the daughter. She's going to vet school. It's costing me a fortune. She says he wants to be like her. She wants to be like her ancestor, the werewolf. She wants to be a leader like he was, going through the change at the turn of the full moon. So she wants to be a leader. Okay, well, here is the leader. Whatever they're doing is destroying them. They just don't realize it yet. I see a leader here. So I think I would make her the leader with the tower. Benny was convinced that, yes, okay, so the jokester is probably Mickey, and this person that I thought originally was Mickey, the elements, earth, air, water, and fire combined to create something new they could serve to others. Okay, that's clearly Vincent. All right, so we've got Vincent, we've got Mickey the prankster. Let's just lock these in for now. All right. Mona Lisa seems like this is probably her new stiff environment death. So then the question is, which of these two go here? So Benny was saying for sure Boo Jean is the hanged man. Let's just look at these two. Let's see if these line up. He's an undercover cop. Transferred to K9, found his calling, brought one of the dogs home to train. Wife said, give me a divorce. He got divorced. He still has the dog. For a while after the divorce, I felt like a failure. That's why I started going to drink my worries away. Person was holding tightly to the past, so much they tied themselves up in it. They've lost what they valued most. I think that loss is a person. Past mistake leaves them suspended in time, unable to fully let go. They look to be somewhat content, but not completely happy. They're just a shell of solemn contentment. That does sound like him. Let's see if this one makes sense for Johnny Be Good. An intense fear of being held captive. I see. This is the guy. He must not want to go to prison. Perhaps because they have before been captive in prison. Limitations and expectations because he's a ex-con. Let loose from what they've done. They're always worried what might happen. Okay, so there you have it. The ex-con is the devil card. All right, so there we have it. Yes. All right, kind of fun. I mean, more than kind of fun. That was enjoyable. All right, so any disagreement with how we've assigned people here? And now we can get back the madam's card paper, her assignment. We can throw away this one. We know that's not right. Let's start again here. So I gather the way we're meant to do this now is we look at the handcuffed person. That's Johnny Be Good. And his card is what we write out here, the devil. Once you know, write in their card name without spaces. So the first one is THED. So star equals D. Okay, next one, frying pan, is Vincent. All right, his card is the magician. So THEMAGICIAN. So moon equals N. Next up is Mickey, the drink master, who has a card called the Fool. So THE. So the star is an E. FO, and then the moon is an O. Okay, next up is Mona Lisa. Her card is Death, DEA. So star is an A. Next up is the Persephone is the hat. She's got the tower. So we've got the moon is a T for the THE tower. Star is also a T. And then lastly, we have Pujin, the dog icon. He's got the hanged man. THEH. Star is an H. Okay, and then it says adding up the moons, then is simply the moon and the star. Well, I can see already there's a pattern here, a word, you can look at it. It looks like the moon and the stars get separated. So if you just look at stars, you get DEATH. So for star, we get death. And if we just look at moon, we get NOT. And she says it's just simply moon and star. So I guess it's not death. Whatever that means. I don't know where she wants us to put in her thing. I wonder if they didn't try something different with this set and have like the QR codes all in here. All right, well, this was pretty fun. Those are some good looking tarot cards. We'll remember this if we need it again. Just put these away. We probably don't need this anymore, but we might need to refer to these people again. All right. So we definitely need to open this now because we have no QR codes to scan. Let's see what we've gotten here. Oh, Benny points out something quite right. So we forget because we haven't had a mechanic like this in a while, but probably Benny says that this means it's not the person who's associated with the death card. Maybe I shouldn't have been so quick to separate these. So our death card was Mona Lisa. So the interpretation here is that this clue is not for a puzzle, but it's telling us it's not this person. So, i.e., not Mona Lisa. I like it. That makes sense to me. All right, so maybe we've eliminated Mona Lisa. I guess I'll keep her with her card. I think she might be eliminated. All right, let's see what's in here. Aha. All right, so now we finally got some QR codes. All right, let's see what we got here. What combination opens the case? Where should you search? This looks like it's associated with this one. QR code on the back. You aren't getting access to the basement under Ernie's bar without the password. Once you provide that, I'll let you in. Okay, well, these are the puzzles that we know some of the answers to. Let's see. What does chat want me to say? We can eliminate that. Yes. Okay, I already got that one. All right, so we think we know how to answer that one. Don't think we know how to answer that one. This one, I'm not sure. Okay. Phone. It's a public phone. Dial the correct number. No special characters. Do we have a phone number? Put that over here. Do you have your prime suspect? Okay, so when we're ready to solve the game, it looks like we're ready to go into part 2. We probably go into this one. After you've completed all the puzzles and eliminated 5 suspects, provide the first name of the one you believe committed the murders. Okay, so this end game thing. And then here's the back room. Let's see what this says here. It says, I will sum it up for you. Top row, bottom row, middle row. It looks like that beer puzzle is maybe a little more complicated than we thought. All right, let's look here for a second. We're told that the password to the basement is this one. So probably we should do this first since we know how to do this. Let's do this. Let's do this one first. Let's do the puzzles that we know how to do, we think. All right, so I'm going to, let's see. I think this is that. We're going to find out in a second here. All right, so I think that this one is new waxing, I think. New waxing, all one word, no spaces, no caps. Let's see if that's correct. Yes, okay. And now we're going to remove the protection. So far, this new Foxit PDF reader is the way to go. All right, let's see. Who have we encountered here? Look who's in the basement. Welcome to the Wolf's Den, where the new waxing spirit of the wild thrives and thirsts for the hot life force of the innocent. By the light of every full moon, the daughters of Diana meet here in the basement of Ernie's bar. We believe in primal bloodlust and the lycanthrope urges that can only be satiated with moonlight and the taste of a fresh kill. Mistress Persephone presides over our pack and has done so for the last 3 cycles. Wait, Persephone didn't send you? Okay, then I guess I can drop the act. None of us really believe we're werewolves. We started a little exclusive club for werewolf enthusiasts, just like those vampire wannabes have down in New Orleans. Mostly it's just a bunch of us meeting during the full moon, watching An American Werewolf in London over and over, reading Anne Rice, and escaping our boring lives for a little while. Guess it seems a little silly, but we're harmless. I think Persephone developed her fascination with lycanthropes as a way to escape a miserable childhood. Her parents split up when she was young, and her dad wasn't around much because he had a bar to run. He lets us meet down here to humor Persephone. She never misses a meeting. Okay, she never misses a meeting, and by the light of every full moon, they meet down there. So, I guess that's eliminating Persephone, don't you think? That seems like that's what it is. And didn't he tell us? Someone told us that this is how we're going to eliminate a suspect. But I think we've got an alibi now for Persephone. That's how I read it. Because she proceeds over this meeting whenever it's a full moon. She never misses a meeting. All right, I think we've ruled out Persephone. That's how I read it. All right, let's think. It's time for us to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're playing Howl at the Moon, the second half of the double feature box from Deadbolt Mystery Society. I'm enjoying it. I wanted to say, sometimes when I do these streams, we do an 8-hour stream, I'm in my natural sleeping schedule. Lately, my sleeping schedule has been off. So part of the reason we're doing these videos is to force me to stay awake to try to reset that, but I do have to apologize if I ever seem like I'm drifting off in energy. We're still having fun here. All right, so we think we've eliminated 2 people. The Mona Lisa woman and Persephone. And we've just opened up this envelope with a bunch of puzzles to solve. One is the final puzzle when we've got our prime suspect. So we're definitely not ready for that yet. Let me just put these things out of the way. Then we've got one that says when you know what number to dial. I'm not sure we know what that is. Let's just put this a little bit off to the side. Where should you search? And this is clearly connected to this one. But we don't quite know how to get a word for this, but maybe it's just this visual puzzle, like Antler 3, Jump Star, in case I forget the Spanish one. So we don't quite know how to do that yet. What combination opens the case? Oh, there's more here, I see. Okay, well this is definitely related to this. There are the symbols here, and might be related to this, which was found on the 3rd victim's body. So let's put these 2 puzzles, actually 3, that we don't know quite how to do yet. The back room key, okay, that's related to this puzzle, but we're not quite sure how to do that yet. And then this, which was on the back wall, I don't know what this has to do with yet. All right, so I'm going to put these aside. Let's focus on the puzzle, this puzzle here for a second. This was found on the 3rd victim's body. So let's just look at our 3rd victim for a minute here. April, May, June. So the 3rd victim is the missing sanitation worker. Missing for a week, massive claw wounds to the neck, scratches, strangulation. Frank was supposed to pick up their kids after school. After an hour, she got worried. He didn't come home. He previously served time in Riverbend Penitentiary for racketeering. Can I just look at the guy that was an ex-con? Did he... Does it say... Doesn't say here. He said he lost his wallet, though. And our guy Ernie tells us about him. He says about the 3rd victim and him. He's cheap. He only shows up. He did time for burglary. Doesn't say what jail. But he's the guy who wears the jacket Los Lobos Locos, the Crazy Wolves. And about Frank Costella says he was a nice enough guy. He might have been a hitman. Then he tells us the back door is locked. pyramid of cans. All right. So what have we got here? This looks like it might be the order of some word. Like, I wonder if we're meant to find which shape is on each letter and then assemble them to form a word. It feels like we got too many things here. Let's see if we do it this way. Let's do this over here. Begin in the southeast corner, which is here. North, northwest, northeast. Sorry. North, northwest, southwest, northwest, northwest, northeast, east, southwest, southwest, southeast. If we follow this here, we get that I. I'm not sure how that helps us. I'm going to make a little note that the direction note is an I. And then if we do it on this one, we go north, northwest, southwest, northwest, northwest, northeast, east, southwest, southwest, southeast. Or it's a 3 in that shape. Let's see what Jonathan says. Jonathan says, don't think we need the directions. I think maybe we just find the shape with the number that matches the order of the symbols listed outside the grid, then match order with the grid. Benny says, what's the series of numbers you get from the napkin? For example, triangle first, so find the triangle that has a 1 in it, then match it to the letter grid, so the first letter is U. Okay, so Jonathan says, I don't think this is related to that. It's just this. So triangle, let me see if I understand what you're saying. So triangle U is here, 1. I wonder if it's do all the 1s first. So if we overlay this on this, we get a shape and a number for everything. So it's possible that it's possible if we overlay this on this, we get shapes and numbers for everything. So one possibility is triangle 1, and then we should find circle 2, square 3, diamond 4, pentangle 5. Let's try that. The other possibility is that we've got a word of all 1s, a word of all 2s, a word of all 3. But if I had to guess, I would guess that we're going to find triangle 1, which is U, and then a circle 2. The circle 2 is here. That's an N. Then a square 3. Square 3 is here, an S. And then a diamond 4, which is T. and then a pentangle 5, which is an E. Okay, that does not seem right. Let's try all 1s, then all 2s, then all 3s. Because this doesn't seem right. All right, if we do all 1s, this is one option. By the way, there's a band called the Pentangle, early band from 60s, 70s, one of my favorite bands ever. Highly recommended if you can watch the Pentangle. It's sort of a medieval folk rock band. Okay, so if we do all the 1s first, we get a 1 triangle, which is U. And then where's our 1 circle? That's an F. And then our 1 square is a E. And our 1 diamond is a V. This is it much worse. And then our 1 pentangle sorry, I should be looking up here. Our 1 pentangle, I'm not sure why I'm still even looking for it. We don't have a 1 pentangle. So maybe our initial impulse was right. UNST. Do we scramble that in a different order? It does look like you could anagram it. If you anagrammed this, what would you get? What combination opens the chest? What combination? So this looks like we're actually looking for a number, a set of numbers. What would that mean? So maybe we're thinking about it in the wrong way. If we overlay this on this, we get numbers and shapes. And maybe if we find a word, then we'll get the number for that word. A 5-digit word. Do we know anything about where this was supposed to be? Like, could it be Bernie? Or sorry, Ernie, E-R-N-I-E. So if we spell Ernie, E-R-N-I-E, we have enough E-R-N-I-E. We have enough letters, and it looks like all those letters are in here. But there are multiple N's, multiple E's. But we would want, so if I'm right, we would look for the triangle that's an E. Is there more than one triangle that's an E? There's our triangle here that's an E. So if it's Ernie that we're trying to spell, so the first letter has to be a triangle. The triangle E is a 3. Okay, what about R? We're looking for an R that would be the second digit, and which would be a circle. So that R is not a circle. And is that the only R we have? So much for my theory that it's Ernie. Or is that an R? Is that an R or a B? Zoom in here. Not sure, looks like a B, not an R. All right, well, there goes my theory. I thought it was a pretty sound theory. It didn't look right. If that was, I'm just going to play this out a little bit for a second, just because E-R-N-I-E. This doesn't seem right, but because this is a circle, I'm gonna just put it down here for a second. I'll underline it. That would mean we need an N that was a square. Is there an N that's a square? No. No. Okay, so my theory is no good. Let me see if the chat has a better theory here. Jonathan says maybe we do need another piece. Maybe we should focus on the beer pyramid puzzle. I do like my theory. If you had a word, you could get some codes. All right, well, let's put it aside for a second. We'll come back to this. We could spend some time just sitting working on this if we don't have anything better to do. But Bernie says, might be a stretch, unfold napkin. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything else in this napkin. I mean, I can see that there's nothing else in the napkin. Let's just put this aside for now, especially since we don't know about any case yet. I will tell you something about me. That also seems like it was been... What's this guy's name? Frank? F-R-A-N-K. F-R-A-N-K. Are those letters in here? There's no K. Okay. Let's put that aside for now. Let's try to work on another puzzle for a second. All right, so we've got these, which could be all related. So the actual puzzle is the back room. Remember, we're told that that's locked. You can't find a way to get in. It says, I will sum it up for you. Top row, bottom row, middle row. All right, well, here's our... We know that this is... We're told that Mickey has the way in, and he's created this pyramid. If this is related to this, which it seems like, he says, sum it up, top row, bottom row, middle row. I wonder if it's as simple. There may be two puzzles going on in here, but I wonder if we're just supposed to count the cost of the top row, the bottom row, and the middle row, and then follow these instructions that says don't count the red ones, which are the groove. So if that's what we were supposed to do, we would sum up the top row. And if we don't count the reds, we've got 3 ammos. So the top row, 3 ammos would be $6. The bottom row, if we don't count the red ones, would be 6 plus 3 is 9, plus 4 is 13, plus 4 is 17. That's the top row, bottom row. And then the middle row, don't count the red ones. We have a $3 plus $2 is 5, plus 3 is 8. So one possibility, if you read this, I'll sum it up for you. Top row, bottom row, middle row. So this is one possibility, 6, 17, and 8. That's assuming that this note about don't count the red ones. The reason we're fairly sure that don't count the red ones is related to this is that when we talk to Mickey, he gives us the shot glass and he says it's the key to the back room. All right, so I think the code is 6178, or it could want us to add up all of these together to one number. That would be 31, right? 2531. So here's another possibility that it's the total sum. All right, let's try these two. See if those work as the key to the back room. Let's see if either of those. Anyone have a bet about which one it is? Do you think it's the 6178 or the 31? Oh, it's a big file here. Note in back room. I do not like how they leak information before you open it about what you're going to get, but maybe I'm being too finicky. All right. So do you think it's the total sum? Or is it? I'm going to say it's comma separated because that's what the clue here says. Oh, it's not good. Oh, it does zoom in. He doesn't say top row plus bottom row plus middle row. He just says comma, comma, comma. And if they were all summed, the order wouldn't matter. And Bernie says 31 seems too easy to brute force. Yes, all those reasons make me suggest that it's comma. So I think it's going to be 6, 17, 8. Enter. Okay, so that had nothing to do with that's just that the hitting enter defaulted to cancel. 6, 17, 8. Yep, that was it. Okay. This note is carved into the wall. To help me remember, O-E-R-E. Okay. These look like the stars. Well, I'm not sure. Let me do the thing. Protect, remove security, which hopefully lets us come back to these. Okay. O-E-R-E, J, comma. So we have letters for stars, if those pluses really mean the stars for the madam. We have, but we think the madam note was just telling us it's not death. To help me remember. Nicholas says, Benny says, I've seen that handwriting somewhere. Nicholas says, is this related to the bathroom door, or are these letters in the napkin? What a strange thing that this note... All right, well, we've solved this, at least. I think these all go together. So possibly all of these clues may have been all just to get this one note. We're not sure. To help me remember. So there's minuses and pluses. Carved in to the back, into the wall. Well, here's a photo taken on the back wall. Is that related to that? Let me see if I can split screen it. So there is, so look, NO for the first one, and then ME, that's a 2-letter one. Do we have a 3-letter word that ends in RE? We have a 4-letter one that ends AR. Blank J, blank D, I guess not. Oh, I thought that might have been it. That's interesting. It's not. Because this is the back wall. So it could also be related to this. There are 5 entries here. O-E, R-E, J-D, A-E. That's 5, and we've got 5 things here. Chat says, the bathroom door said, in case I forget. Spanish one. Okay, that's a good catch. That the door, which says, where should you search? One word, no caps. This does seem to be, in case I forget, Spanish one, and then to help me remember. In case I forget, Spanish one. Okay, that is the same handwriting, which Benny was saying. I recognize the handwriting. So that is, surely these two are related. Uno is Spanish 1. Uno. So how does that help us? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, four, cinco. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Spanish. Uno, do, that's going to be like do a deer, right? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. I mean, 5-sided star, 4 limbs, 3, dos. So I think we've got uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. But how does that help us? In case I forget, uno, dos, cuatro, cinco, seis, and 2 antlers. But how does that help us with the thing on the left? And where should I search? One word, no cap. So how does this help us figure out where to search? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. Well, there's 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's 5 on the thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So perhaps Spanish 1, uno, is to help remember this first clue. But how does this give us a place to search? And what does it mean to, why are these carvings look like they're minus and then pluses? So is it uno minus an O is UN, and then trace minus the RE? Jump minus the J plus a D is dump. Star minus an A plus an E is STRE. I think that's what we got. Yeah, looks like someone has figured it out before me. Nicola has figured it out before me, but I figured it out, but too late. I got beaten. All right, that's how it works. Okay, so they're not all Spanish, but the Spanish one is uno, and then as Nicola figured out, and as I was a little late to the party figuring out, it's uno minus the O. So then we've got a UN. And then here we think might be, we think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That helps us. So this might be do, which is DO, or DE. For deer. And then the 3 minus the RE gives us TH. E. And then the jump minus a J plus a D gives us dump. And then the star minus an A is ST. And then we have the ER. So S-T-E-R. And we get under dumpster. This was 3 minus the E. So we still need an R. So I guess we're putting the R up here. No, what am I doing? I just want to get this right. Make sure we don't do this. We've got 3 minus the RE, which is the THE. And then this must have been deer minus the E. DEER minus an E gives you DER. And the end result is under the dumpster. Okay, good work, Nicola. Good work for me too, but not as fast as Nicola. All right. That was a fun, clever, multi-part puzzle. A little bit of online, a little bit of thing, very clever. Okay, let's put this in. All right. Under the dumpster. No. Okay, I just did it wrong. We know that it's right. UNDERTHEUMPSTER. One word, no caps. Okay, so I guess it's just dumpster. DUMPSTER. Oh, we found his wallet. When you roll the dumpster out of the way, you find Johnny's wallet. You remember him mentioning a phone number inside the wallet that was extremely urgent. After some searching inside the wallet, you locate a slip of paper with the following information. Use the payphone to find out who this person is and why Johnny needs to speak to them so desperately. Franklin Garvey, 555-1208. Okay. That was pretty fun, huh? So dumpster was the answer. We've got our next piece of information for our phone number clue. He did say he had to make an important call. Let's make sure we save this without protection. All right, Franklin Garvey, 555. Let's make a card for that. Five, 1208. All right. Now, this just says dial the correct number. I guess we just dial it then, huh? All right, let's try it. His parole officer. I don't understand why they don't give these names that don't leak information. I really don't. 555-1208. Yes, I know about Johnny. I have to. I'm his parole officer. He has to check in with me on a regular basis or else he goes back to jail. He's overdue for a call. I hope he has a really good reason for missing our weekly appointment. The fact that you're calling and asking about him tells me I should be worried for his sake. What? You want to know where he was during the last 3 full moons? What do I look like, an astronomer? I'm not his babysitter. I don't know every move he makes, but as luck would have it, I have a desk calendar in front of me with the moon cycles on it. Let me see here. I also have a note about Johnny on one of those dates. It seems he was out of town with his group of biker friends. I've even made a note concerning his call. It was made from an area code that's almost 10 hours away from Valley Falls. Said he was calling from a payphone because he doesn't believe in cell phones. Does that help? Yes, it does help. It does help. Forgot whether I already got rid of this. All right, so he's got an alibi. All right, so alibi for Johnny Be Good. All right, that's 3 alibis. Half of our suspects now have solid alibis. That leaves 3 left without alibis. So Johnny Be Good is alibied out. Death got their alibi. Johnny Be Good got his alibi. And Persephone, the magician, got her alibi. Mickey, Vincent, and Blue Jean are the ones left. All right. So we've still got this puzzle to figure out, which could be related to this puzzle. And then we've got this, but we have no idea what puzzle it goes with. And we don't even know if this, what puzzle this goes with. This is message found near third victim's body. And we also don't know where this case is. Like what, where did this get mentioned? Did this get mentioned somewhere? Did we get told about a locked box? It's a little distressing that this box, we don't know what it's related to. Eliminated 5 suspects. So we got 2 more to eliminate. If you had to guess, you would guess these are the 2. This puzzle and this puzzle, although this one doesn't have anything for us to solve. Did we eliminate someone that I forgot we eliminated? I don't think so. All right. It's time for us to work on this puzzle. This, okay, I think so we got this far when we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Like the 1 triangle, then we went for the 2 circle, N, and then the 3 square gave us S, the 4 diamond gave us T, and the 5 pentagram gave us E, U-N-S-T. That's a little bit of a coincidence. That looks like the beginning of a word. So I wonder if we don't then go to 2. I wonder if we then don't circle around somehow. But what would we do then? 2 triangle? What would the 2 triangle be? The 2 triangle is an S. And then the 3 circle is a U. Doesn't seem quite right. 4 square is an S. 5 diamond is W. And then we have a problem. We'd have to circle around again. That doesn't seem right. And I agree that we should be looking for a number. So that would more suggest the idea that we're looking for a word that starts with U. I think that's what we've got here. The triangle is going to be the first letter of the word, which is going to be the digit 1. So I think what we should be looking for is a word that starts with U. UN. Five-letter word starting with U. U-S. UN. I don't know what letter this is, a D or an O. Under is a 5-letter word. Seems weird that we would have another under. U-N-D-E. No. U-N. Of course, it might not start with U. That might just be a way to line this up. And why did we think it wasn't Ernie? Because it has to be it has to go. Okay, so let's think of it this way. The first letter of the word has to be a triangle. So if this is right, we've only got a couple of choices for triangles. So our first letter would be an E or an S or a U or a T. Our second letter has to be a circle. So that means it has to be a U, an F, an M, an N, or a B. Our third letter would have to be a square. That means it has to be an E, an E, an S, an S, an R. Our fourth letter has to be a triangle, a diamond. So that means it has to be an N or an E or a T or a V. And then our fifth letter, the pentagram, means it has to be an F, a V, an E, an I. Okay, So if this theory is right, we're looking for a 5-letter word whose first letter is from this row, second letter is from this row. So what do you see here? We've got S-U-S. No. How about U-N? No. How about T-U? R-N E-N S-U S-U-R U. This doesn't look like it's going to work. Well, if I'm right about this, then the numbers are going to be in a random order. We don't know. If we circled if we picked our word out, we would have our digits. So I don't think the digit numbers are relevant if this is the theory, that we're going to get a word and then we're going to look up their digits. The only thing that's important to us is this. But doesn't it seem like this is related to that? Begin in the corner then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Begin in the southeast corner. The southeast corner is this V. That's odd. This doesn't look like it's going to form a word to me, unless I'm missing something. Triangle E's, S. Oh, this is a V. E, S. No, it's not a V, it's a U. Looking for triangles. A U, T. S, U. Doesn't look like this is going to work. T, U, R, N. Doesn't work. T, U. This would be someone's name. Okay, let's see what the chat says. Maybe we use the directions to find a sticker on the wall, a sticker with a 5-letter word on it. Then we match the letter wall with the grid. I actually thought about that. It wasn't so clear. I didn't have a good way to try this, but maybe we'll try it again. I didn't, on first look, it didn't look like it was going to work to me, but we can try it again. Begin in the southeast corner. then go north, northwest, southwest, northwest, northwest, northeast, east, southwest, southwest. So I don't think that works. Should we try it again? North, south, north, southwest, east. This is southeast. North, northwest, southwest, northwest, northwest, northeast, east. Maybe I did it wrong the first time. Southwest, southwest, southeast. Okay, the beast. So if that's right, okay, beast is 5 letters, B-E-A-S-T. We do have those letters here. Let's see if beast works. So beast, this B is the only B, and it's a 5 circle. So I think that would mean the second digit is a 5. No, sorry. Yes. But then, all right, let's try this. If there's only one B, it has to be the circle, 5. Then we've got a lot of E's, so let's put that off for a second. What about the A? Where's our A? There's no A. Okay, I made a mistake. Do it again. Start in the southeast corner. Go north, northwest, southwest, northwest, northwest, northeast, east, southwest, southwest, southeast. Okay, so it is the beast. But where's our A? There's no A. All right, if this is this, then we're looking for the beast. But this may be unrelated to this, although it is 5 letters. I don't know what to do with it, though. It's beast, and we have... Does it make a sentence? That's an interesting question. Okay, you've got a good... That was a very observant clue. You will fear me. I own no beast. I am the beast. That was pretty cool. I own no beast. I am the beast. I think that eliminates our canine guy. That's pretty cool. Well done. That's a nice teamwork. Okay, so this is not related to this. It's its own little puzzle. This makes a sentence. He says, "You will fear me. I own no beast. I am the beast." So this eliminates the canine guy who's blue jean. All right. Blue jean is now out of our suspects list. He was the fool. No, not the fool. He was the hanged man. All right. So we've got 2 suspects left. Vincent, who's the... I think I put someone wrong. Mickey the prankster. And then Vincent, who was the magician. Here are 2 suspects left. So this is going to rule out one of them, this puzzle. But we don't know how. Well, this puzzle is going to have us open this up and then get someone. And then Persephone was the tower. All right, but we need to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've got one puzzle left, one person to eliminate. The chat is talking about ways to attack this meaty puzzle that's really gotten under our skin here. Let me just check. Jonathan says we could open up the napkin, flipping it to the other side so we can see the grid flipped on the y-axis. I'm not sure about that. The one thing that I think I'd like to point out is it's clear this is right side up because of the triangles and pentagrams. I still feel very good about the idea that it's a word. Well, I don't feel great about the idea that it's a word because I can't make a word out of my letters. But it does make sense to me that this is a 5-digit code, which we would get if we knew what letters go here. I do, Benny says, let's see, Benny says, chefs into dog sleds, bartender pours extra to get, owner has the cure behind the bar. Unfortunately, cure is not a 5-letter word. I do want to point out one piece clue that we don't seem to be using yet, which is this. No. I thought something told us it was found at the third. That was this note. Found your third victim's body. All right, never mind. I still don't understand about this case, where it was found. Let me just check that I've done this right, because it really feels to me like this is the right thing to do. Circles, we have a U, an F, an M, an N, and a B. Squares, we have an E, an E, an S, S, an R. Diamonds, we have an N, an E, T, and a V, and then pentagrams, we have an F, a V, an E, okay, so I missed one pentagram. What is this? Do you see this as a D or an O? An O or a D? Oh, we've got an I. All right, let's just look at this again now that we have an O here. It would make most logical sense to me if this was a word. It might even make sense if it was a word that could be spelled out, starting with a E, S, U, T, O, S, T, O. E, T. Do you guys read this as an O or a D? I'd love to get an opinion about that. Probably an O, don't you think? I think that must be an O. If it was N-O... Everyone reads that as an O. All right, we're going to do our thing that we've done before. I'm going to put this so everyone can see everything. And we're going to give ourselves a good 10 minutes to just chew on it. Let's see. I'm going to bring up my top view. What's the best view? I guess we'll do it with this view, and I'll just bring up my timer here. All right, so we're going to work on this for 10 minutes. If you can figure it out. We don't know who owns this case, but we do think that it's going to be about opening a combination. What's the combination that opens the case? So probably a series of numbers. Probably a series of 5 numbers. One for each shape. All right. I'm still locked in on the idea that there's a word here that I'm just not seeing, which seems very weird. We don't know the context which we're given the napkin or this case, or who it belongs to, which is very strange. There's nothing more in the evidence, no. There is one thing that's a little bit weird about Mickey. He tells us the shot glass is the key to solving the back door, which we used. But then he says, here's a shot glass, it's the key to the back room, it's greatest to least. Not sure how that's relevant. I wish I understood where this case is from. It's really starting to trouble me that this is, what's the combination that opens this case? What case? Like, how can we have a case without it explaining where it came from? I don't understand that. I don't understand how we have a case without being told where it's from. That just doesn't make sense, does it? I thought I reread all the introduction. 3 guys that were killed. No mention of any case here. Kidnapping. Tells us about he makes all these drinks. Runs the kitchen. Dog sled races. Daughter. Just don't understand how it can not be telling us about this case. Take this off. Back room's locked. Ask him to put away the beer. Okay, Jonathan says something that's useful. He says, the greatest to least was a hint about how to order the words on the note about this with the circles. I think we figured that out. I like that theory. That makes a lot of sense to me. Men didn't know each other. Hair on the body. Bagged and placed into evidence some unusual items from the bar that may be helpful. Bethany was working. What about our online files? Let's just look at these again. Oh, all right. So Bethany told us some information. Cycles of the moon. Give him the password to go back. Okay. Then we went to the wolf's den. She said that gave us the alibi for her. That one we figured out. The wallet was the phone. We called him and figured that out. All right, let's think about this logically. What information do we have here? We've got what combination opens the chest that suggests it's a combination. I think the fact that it's 3 digits here is misleading. We've seen they use stock art, so I think we're looking at feels to me like we're looking at a 5-digit number. One of each of these. There's a triangle around this first U. Now, what does that mean? Well, one possibility is it's just helping us see that these are connected. Like there's a triangle here. It is interesting that it's the one triangle, though. And when you look at all the ones, you do get something that looks a lot like a word. UNSTE. So the 1U, then the 2 circle N, then the 3 square, which is S. This seems it's very, it feels like it's a word. And it feels very close to a word. Could it just be that it's an anagram? But for what? And 4 diamond, which gave us a T. And then the 5 pentagram, which gave us an E. But that wouldn't really make sense because that just would give us a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you were trying to find So that sort of goes against the idea that we should probably do it the other way. Find a useful word, and then we would get its random numbers here. Glenn C says maybe they create a sentence. Well, that's where we continued here. I thought, okay, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then how do we find the next letters? And I went, okay, let's start with the 2 triangle and then count it up. That didn't seem to work. The other thing arguing against there being a good sentence here is the fact that the letters are so limited. Like there's 3 S's. It's an odd collection of letters. It's not a full alphabet with which to make long sentences. There's a W. And even if we did, I think the most likely format for the answer is a 5-digit thing, which means we need to know what letter. Once we know what letter went in this triangle, we can get the digit from it. That really feels right to me, but if that's right, then our word has to be here. But maybe it doesn't have to be in this order. Maybe trying to find the word that spells out there is not right. That's going down in order. Maybe we just have to have one letter from each of these, which is in some pattern, maybe. Maybe the word doesn't have to get spelled out this way. Maybe we should just be looking for some word related to... We do have all the letters for Ernie. I wonder if they don't have to be in order. This would have to be the N from that. This would have to be the R from that. This would have to be the E from that. This would have to be the I. If we wanted one letter from each shape, it would have to be this way. There's no other way it could be. In other words, we need the only R shape here is a square. So this is squares, this is circles, this is triangles, this is diamonds, this is pentagrams. So if you want to spell Ernie with these shapes, and no Ernies is here, you want to spell Ernie's with this shape, the only shape for an R is the square, so that has to be the R. For an N, you could choose here or here. But if you chose here, then you've got no circle. So the circle must be the N. If the circle's the N, the only letter for the diamond is an E. And then the only letter for the pentagram is an I. There's no other I shape. So you've got a unique set of letters for shapes. It's a pretty big coincidence. If I'm right that it's ERNIE, NIE, then that code would be an E triangle, which is a 3. The N circle, which is a 2. The R square, which is a 2. The diamond E, which is a 2. And then the pentagram I, which is a 3. 3, 2, 2, 2, 3. And what does it look like on the map here? If you were to do it in order, you'd get the triangle 3, E, and you have to go all the way down to R. Seems to, what if we range them in order from 1 to 5? Not sure what that would mean. I'd like to, I'm happy to hear it. You mean, but we tried making a word out of it, but I'm curious to hear what you think that would mean in order. I'm going to put this code in though to see if this works first. I don't have much hope, but it is a little bit of an interesting coincidence that there seems to be only one way to spell Ernie. Okay. This is one case where where it's not leaking much information. It's called Howl small case. Oh, try to open it here. Let's see. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 3. Anyone want to bet whether they think this is going to open this up? Feels like I could easily have gotten something wrong here. Jonathan thinks it's going to open. All right, let's see. Nope. 3, 2, 2, 2, 3. Nope, that's not it. Boy, that's interesting. Let me just double check my work here. Triangle comes first. I said it has to be an E. That gives us the number 3. Circle has to be an N. The N circle's a 2. The square has to be an R. The R square is also a 2. Diamond, I said, has to be an E. The diamond E is a 2. Then I said the pentagram has to be an I. That's a 3. Yeah, we're not We're not ready to use hints here. What word would it be spelling out? You might expect it would be a word related to something in our case, right? If not Ernie, then wolf. Has to be a 5-letter word. Think of it this way for a second. What we could do is check the contents to make sure we're not missing anything. Yeah, we could, but we got to be careful because there's a sealed envelope we're not supposed to see yet. I mean, honestly, though, it really doesn't feel like we're missing something. We've got 2 pieces of evidence related to this. Now, I could imagine a case where something gave us a hint towards this, but it really doesn't feel like we need more information. We've got 2 pieces of evidence. We know we're going to eliminate Mickey or Vincent here. What do you make of this thing? He says, "Now, if you excuse me, I think I've lost my good luck charm." What's that about? What's his good luck charm? Yeah, we've got an envelope when we're ready to solve it, after we've eliminated all but one. All right, let's talk this through for a second, because let's just try to break free of however we're getting stuck on it and just think about some facts for a second. My gut tells me we've got all the information, and my gut tells me that this is our code, a numeric code. Now, one thing that really jumps out here is these letters. Clearly, these letters are related to the solution. And what we know about this series, these games, is that quite appropriately, when there's letters involved, they're not random set. The answer isn't a random set of letters. It's a phrase, it's a word. So I think we almost have to guarantee that we're going to form a word here. In some way, in some fashion, we're going to form a word. And that word is going to give us a code. So, and if you can find a word, there should be a unique code from that word. Really seems like Ernie was it. What if we're meant to put this Ernie in the order of the word, not the order that it's listed here? Just going to quickly try that. It seems unlikely to me because that would seem to defeat the point of this. But if it's one of each, then the code, instead of being down here, would be 3, 2, 2, 3, 2. Now that doesn't make sense because that E could be in either place. So the code could be 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, but it could just as easily be 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. That doesn't make sense that there would be two equally likely ways. Something is really weird here. I'm just going to try this for the hell of it, even though every time I type in these, try something random, my frustration goes. 3, 2, 2, 3, 2. No, this game never does this evil stuff to us. No, okay. But regardless, I mean, it was only fair that that not work. It has to be a word, a 5-letter word that when we look up its unique codes gives us the code. And you can see what constrains this even further. Like, there's so many words that can't be spelled out because lucky, there's no C, there's no K. There's so many letters not here. There's so few letters to choose from, and here they are. If you're going to have a triangle, a circle, a square, a diamond, and a pentangle, they have to be from these sets of letters. All right, let's see. Chat says, did we already try using letters from each shape in order? There's two problems. First of all, we did try spelling out a 1 triangle, a 2 circle, the 3 square, the 4 diamond, and the 5 pentangle. This gives us UNSTE, which seems quite promising in terms of saying a word. But the question is, where to go next after this? Obviously, that's not a word on its own. But more importantly, how do you get a 5-digit number out of that? The way we got this is we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that's not going to be the answer. The answer isn't going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the combination code. So it feels to me like it's got to be the opposite of that. We can't be looking for a pattern of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1 to get words, because that's not our ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is not to get words. Triangle 1 through 5, then circle 1 through 5. All right, let's try that. I still see a problem there in terms of where we go from there, but let's try it. So triangles 1 through, if we did triangle 1 through 5, then we start with the U. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so for triangles, we get a U, and then the 2 triangle is non-existent. No, 2 triangle is an S. 3 triangle is an E. So far, so good. 4 triangle is a W. No, 4 triangle is a T. use the, I think you've got it. No, I think you've got it. Use, this is going to be an H. 5 triangle is an H. I think you figured it out. Then the circle 1 is an E. Use the, all right. So Ginny got it. Ginny got it. This is going to tell us how to figure out the code. Okay. 2 circle is an N. 3 circle is a U. 4 circle, where's the 4 circle? 4 circle is M. 5 circle is going to be an E or B. Use the number. Next comes square, diamond, pentangle. All right, well, we got it. Ginny got it. Okay, so this is going to be ER, certainly. And then 3 square S. Use the numbers. 4 square is an S. 3 square is an S. 4 square is an S. 5 square is an E. Diamond 1. Diamond 1 is a V. Diamond 2 is an E. Diamond 3 is an S. Use the numbers even. Diamond 5 is a W. Sorry, diamond 4 is an I. T. Diamond 5 is a W. Pentangle 1 is an O. Pentangle 2 is an F. Pentangle 3 is an I. Pentangle 4 is a V. Pentangle 5 is going to be an E, surely. Use the numbers 7, 2, 5. 7, 2, 5. All right. So I got stuck on the wrong idea. Ginny got us the solution. It's spelled out. Before we put this in, I think we should take a moment to think about how we might have figured that out. Ginny can tell us how she figured it out. I don't think there's going to be an easy answer for how one might figure it out, but I do think there was probably a clue we should have picked up on. Does anyone have any theories about how we could, if we encountered something like this again, how would we come to a solution like the solution Ginny came up with? I see one obvious way we should have figured something out. A coincidence that wouldn't make sense with my attack approach, but did make sense with Ginny's. The thing that jumps out at to me that was a code, that's right, Jonathan says exactly what I was going to say. The fact that there were 5 of each symbol. Not just 5 of each symbol, but that every symbol had a 1 through 5. The fact that every symbol had a 1 through 5 should have been a clue. And I think, in fact, Benny at some point was suggesting that I write out the numbers and the symbols in some form. And maybe if I had done that, we would have seen that that pattern was true. That every circle had a 1 through 5, that there were 1 through 5 of circles, 1 through 5 of squares, and I was reluctant to do that because I couldn't quite imagine how that would be useful. And but perhaps if we had seen that, it would have occurred to us that that's what we should do. Although, honestly, the idea of spelling out a phrase with the letters, that phrase, this is the part that my mind couldn't make the connection to. The idea that some words would tell us, actually spell out the numbers, that was, to me, unforeseeable. All right. Well, this is why teamwork is useful. All right, let's put in this code. I'll note also, I do want to note something, credit to Deadbolt Society. It is a 3-digit code. And I was tripped up thinking it wasn't going to be a 3-digit code. I was so stuck on the idea that it was going to be a 5-digit code here. Benny says, it should have been obvious that we needed a 3-number code from this illustration. You know, I'm not sure. I feel like we've encountered a Deadbolt Mystery Society game where the physical device shown in the photo didn't match the number, but I could be wrong. And maybe we should have trusted that Deadbolt wouldn't have used that if it was more than 3 digits. All right. Let's put in our code here. 7, 2, 5. Here we go. Aha! Darts. Once you open the case, you find a set of custom-made darts. Examining them further, you discover that the darts are made of genuine silver. And they're Mickey's darts. So, quite clearly, Mickey is not a werewolf. He would not be walking around holding, carrying, messing with darts. But that would be if he was a werewolf. But if we don't think a werewolf did it, how does this eliminate anyone? That's kind of weird, huh? And it seems pretty clear that we're meant to eliminate Mickey, right? Don't you think? But doesn't that only eliminate him if there's a genuine werewolf that we're looking for? A little disturbing. What's your read on that? Jonathan says, I think we're supposed to conclude that the werewolf thinks themselves, that the killer believes themselves to be a werewolf. Yeah, I think that makes some sense. Either way, though, you're agreeing with the idea that this is meant to eliminate Mickey, right? Does everyone agree that we're meant to eliminate Mickey from this, probably on the basis that the killer thinks that they're a werewolf? And if we do that, then we're left with the chef, the magician. I never met the victims. I'm always in the back, not worried with the customers. Anytime you'll see me, I'll be cooking up a batch of crappy bar food. It's burgers and beer, no Michelin star. He says, I know for sure what he was doing. I know for sure he wasn't at the bar. I wonder if this is a bit of a clue. I know for sure he wasn't at the bar on the nights of the murders. Mickey calls in a lot. This means this guy was at the bar, I guess, on the nights of those murders. And what does our guy Ernie say about Vincent? Let's just look, since he's our main suspect now. Runs the kitchen. We don't do anything fancy. He's friendly enough. He's not a rocket scientist. He's not the brightest star in the sky. Grew up in Alaska. Used to participate in those dog sled races that you see on TV. All right, well, if we're all agreed that we're eliminating Mickey, then we're ready to solve the last puzzle to open up the conclusion box, the envelope for our finale. After you've completed all the puzzles, eliminated 5 suspects, provide the first name of the one you believe committed the murder. Okay, we're going to do it now then. But feels like we should take a break here for some suspense. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Got a little video of Sarah doing some rare cleaning. Sarah does not often clean herself. All right, so, oh, air conditioner's on. Where did I leave the... Okay, so time to accuse Vincent. It's a little nerve-wracking. We've eliminated the other 5 suspects. Vincent is the one that's left. From Alaska, he used to do sled racing. All right, let's do it here. All right, it says it wants the first name of the one you believe committed the murders. So Vincent. So if you're wrong, it just doesn't unlock. All right, here we go. Okay, look, I know I'm the only one without a real alibi, but you know there have to be times when the guy without an alibi really didn't commit the crime. This is one of those times. I don't have any way to prove to you I'm not the killer, but let me point out a couple of things to help my case. 1, Ernie never has 2 bartenders on duty at the same time, which means Bethany or Ernie is lying. 2, you based your entire suspect list on the fact that Ernie and Bethany were working on the nights of the murders, meaning they were both excluded from suspicion. All they did, in fact, was provide an alibi for each other. Given that one of the 2 people in question is the employer and the other is the employee, which do you think was most likely the one covering the shift? Hint, it's not the one whose name is on the bar. But you didn't hear that from me. Check it out, see if I'm right. Name the liar who actually went to work on those evenings. You may now open the envelope that says closing in. All right, this might be the first time that we've played a Deadbolt game where we've eliminated people and the game has said, surprise, it isn't the one that you narrowed down. Guess we still don't know for sure. We just know he's the one who's our prime suspect. All right, he's saying that the intro to the case told us that they've eliminated the 2 of these workers because they both gave each other an alibi. He says they were both, the intro says, he and Bethany, the other bartender, were both working on the nights of the murders and have corroborated each other's schedule, so we have ruled them out. This chef is saying, hey, not so fast. One of them is lying and wasn't on duty. And he's saying it had to be the boss who wasn't on duty and the employee who's lying to protect him. And now we're told we can open this envelope, so let's see what's going on with this twist. Yes, it has happened. Jonathan says, I'm not sure it's happened with Deadbolt. It has happened with other games. Yes, it's true. I don't remember it ever happening with Deadbolt, though. Okay, know the identity of the killer. Open the chest using the correct words and numbers. Okay, confront the liar. Use the liar's first name, no caps, no spaces. And then we've got a little puzzle here that we're meant to put together. confront the wire, use the wire's first name. Well, this Vincent just told us what he thinks. He says, who do you think was most likely the one covering the shift? It's not the one whose name is on the bar. But doesn't that make them both wires? Use the wire's first name. Seems like that would both be wires then. Alright, well, let's see what we've got with this puzzle. These puzzles aren't the best thing for the stream for collaborative work. You can't really do this collaboratively, but it seems like it's a very small puzzle. Not meant to be difficult, just meant to give you something to do. So we can put it together. Like we've got corners, edges. I'm not much of a puzzle person, but I am familiar with the basic concepts. I see a little wolf here. Interiors, exterior, exterior. Looks like someone's got some sort of ritualistic werewolf thing going on here. It's kind of spooky. So werewolf with a very scary looking face. Look at that. That's spooky. And it's on like a Native American or whatever they call that. Look at how scary that is. Look at how spooky that is. That's spooky. How's that to put some fear into you? If you were hunting down some serial killer and you found that in a dark alley, you'd be scared. Alright, so we've got some colors here. Looks like red, blue, orange, yellow, and some numbers around. Don't know what to do with it yet, though. And I didn't even make sure to look at the back of this, but I should have. Okay, nothing on the back. Alright, so this looks like piece of some puzzle. Open the chest. Use the liar's first name. That's all we've got here is these three things. Confront the liar comes first. Okay, so let's look at what he says again and see if we can understand what he's telling us about who's the liar. He says, Ernie and Bethany gave alibis for each other. He says, given that one of the two people is the employer and the other is the employee, which do you think was most likely the one covering the shift? It's not the one whose name is on the bar. So he's saying Ernie was not covering the shift. See if I'm right. Name the liar who actually went to work on those evenings. So that seems to be very clearly telling us that Bethany is the liar. She actually went to work to cover for Ernie, who didn't go to work. And there is Ernie right there. Let's just read his final statements here. If I had to give you one piece of information, he's seen all of them in the back playing darts. The back room is locked. If you have any other questions, unless they involve how I started this place, that's one wild, crazy story. All right, so based on this guy's statement, he's clearly saying the liar is the one who went to work, which wouldn't have been the boss, it would have been the employee. So I guess we can just answer this right now and say it's Bethany. Not much of a puzzle there. Well, let's try it. Confront the liar. Okay. Bethany. Is that how you spell Bethany? She's not even on our list here. Let's see. Bethany. Okay. All right, here's Bethany's statement. Yes, I've lied to you since the very beginning. Ernie and I were scheduled on the same night so I could provide his alibi. I simply repeated what I was told to repeat in order to protect him. What else was I supposed to do? He's my boss and he's a monster. I'm terrified of him. Is he a werewolf? I don't really know. Is he a killer? I don't really know that either. He's certainly a scary guy, and he's mixed up with certain families in town. He told me it would cost me my life if I told anyone, so he wasn't at the bar on those nights of the murders. So I didn't, for obvious reasons. I've heard the rumors about where Ernie got the money to start his bar, and I have every reason to believe that he made all of the right connections with the right people. I don't know where he was or what he did on the nights the schedule showed he was at the bar. I just know he wasn't there. I think Persephone is scared of him too. That's probably because she knows what he's mixed up in. She once told me that her father kept a wooden crate in his office that might need to be accessed in the case of emergency, and that I would know when to break in. I would assume that now might be as good a time as any. She told me that the key to getting in was to use the word that describes what wolves do at the moon. I guess they howl at the moon or they bay at the moon. And the numbers contained within a tattoo that Ernie has on his bicep. I've seen his ink enough times that I'm able to sketch a copy of it. For safekeeping, I had my drawing turned into a jigsaw puzzle. Start at midnight and go clockwise. The word and numbers will get you in. Okay. Start at midnight, go clockwise. Well, that seems fairly clear about the numbers here. Start at midnight, go clockwise. 1, 5, 152,476. 152,476. And Howl at the Moon is the whole name of this case, so you might... That's her statement. Okay, so open the chest using the correct words and numbers. So I guess it's Howl 152,476, you think? Before we do that, we should have our first vote about whether we think he's just a hitman for the mob, killing off these criminal people, or whether he really is a vampire, or whether he thinks he's a vampire. Okay, so we're going to have a vote now. You can vote on what you think his position is, or what you think his status is. But the reasonable choices would be that he is a vampire. I mean, a werewolf. He is a werewolf. He thinks he's a werewolf. Or he knows he's not a werewolf. He's a killer for hire, but he's trying to make it look like a werewolf. So those are the three choices I can think of. He is a werewolf. He thinks he's a werewolf, or he's trying to make it look like a werewolf. Well, Ginny and Benny should clarify a little bit, because I think if you think he's not a werewolf, you still have two options. He's either not a werewolf but thinks he is, or he's not a werewolf, he knows he's not, but he's doing all this cleverly to throw suspicion off him. So if you think he's not a werewolf, you need to clarify whether you think he's deliberately trying to stage it to look like a werewolf, or whether he's psycho and thinks he's a werewolf. So type vote and clarify, like say vote hitman faking scene, or hitman thinks he's a werewolf. I can see in the chat that Ginny has said he's pretending to be, and Benny says he's a hitman and staging it. Okay, so, but there we go. Okay, so Ginny, you could just say vote pretending to be. All right, so I am going to vote the one that no one here is guessing. I'm going to vote that he thinks he is a werewolf. I don't have high confidence. I feel like he's probably just faking it. But if he's got a tattoo, I'm going to guess that he thinks he's a werewolf. So we've got 2 votes for not a werewolf pretending, staging the scene. 1 vote from Jonathan for being a real werewolf. And 1 vote from me that he's a serial killer for hire, but thinks he is a werewolf. Thinks he's a beast of some sort. All right, here we go. Let us identify the real killer. So it says, let me turn off this vote here. Open the chest using the correct words and numbers. Okay. Here we go, final solution. And we are saying that it's what the wolves do at the moon, and the secret codes which start at midnight and go clockwise. All right, here we go. Big file, maybe multimedia file here. So we're going to say it's Howl and then 152476. I wish there was a way to have it show the password so that people could check that I'm answering it right, but here we go. Okay. Ernie is the killer. When you open the wooden box, you see a variety of items. Newspaper articles about the Montesi crime family being at war with the Bianchi family, gloves with razor tips on the ends, a steel set of fangs, scraps of fur, vials of animal blood, and even a glass jar of something labeled wolf musk. Ernie emerges from an unlit corner of the room and begins to applaud as he sees that you've found the storehouse of answers to this particular mystery. "Bravo," he said. "I'm impressed. Mr. Bianchi could use someone like you in his organization." "Why did you do this?" you ask, needing to know. Before Ernie answers, you surreptitiously activate the voice recording app on your phone. "Well, it's simple," Ernie said. "I borrowed a ton of money to open this bar. The terms of the loan said that Mr. Bianchi could call on me at any time for any reason, and I would have to comply. He wanted to take out some of the Montesi family's up-and-coming talent, but he wanted to do it in such a way as to cripple the family and not to start an all-out war. It was my way of holding up my end of the deal. Mr. Bianchi even sweetened the pot and offered to help pay for Persephone's vet school tuition. Like I told you before, I'd do anything for her, even killing some poor schmucks who got on Mr. Bianchi's bad side. So you made it look like a werewolf attack to keep Montesi from retaliating?" "Well, you're smarter than you look," Ernie says, as he pulls a knife from his waistband. "I got the idea from Persephone. She's into all that weird stuff. One day I heard her talking downstairs with her weirdo friends about how a werewolf kill would be the perfect crime because most people would think it was done by a wild animal. Well, that solved all my problems. It was pretty easy and cheap to bribe the guy over at the lab to falsify the hair and fiber results and say he couldn't determine what sort of animal could be linked to the crime scenes. The story sort of wrote itself from that point on, but enough talk. You know I can't let you live. You know too much." Ernie steps toward you with the knife in the air. You hold up your phone to show Ernie that you've recorded the entire conversation. "Not so fast. I think Mr. Montesi needs to hear this," you say. "One wrong move from you and I text this file to a source who will make sure Montesi gets it." Ernie's face immediately goes white with terror. "You wouldn't do that," Ernie says. "Let's talk about this." "Don't push me," you say. Ernie nods and drops his head dejected. "Fine, you win." You relax for a moment and lower the hand that's holding the phone. Ernie seizes that opportunity and charges. "Just kidding, I'm not going out that easy." Ernie's a lot of things: business owner, father, bartender, murderer. Yet one thing he isn't is a skilled fighter. As he charges at you with both hands held high over his head, preparing to bring the knife down on you with all the force he can muster, you plant your foot in the center of his chest. Ernie flies backwards with a gasp as all the air is knocked out of his lungs. He struggles for breath as the knife skids harmlessly across the floor, ending up in the corner. "Have it your way," you say, as you show him your phone again. "Let's see what your friends have to say about this." "Please," Ernie says, still gasping for breath, "don't leak that recording. I'll plead guilty to the murders. I'll pretend to be some crazed serial killer and cross my fingers for life without parole. I'll take the fall for all of this. Just don't involve either of the families. They're masters of torture, and I'm no tough guy." You could just confess to your involvement with the Bianchi family, testify against them, you say. You might even escape jail time that way. How's he gonna escape jail time? Ernie shakes his head violently. They would get me inside, and that would be it. You don't know what they would do to me. I'd rather spend life in jail. Now put the cuffs on me and let me confess. Well, just one question. Does Persephone know? Well, she knows I'm mixed up in something. She knows I didn't have the kind of money needed to start this bar, but she's a good daughter. She doesn't ask too many questions. She knows she doesn't really want to know the answers. And do you regret any of this, you ask? Well, only the part of this that results in her pain, Ernie said, meaning it. I just hope she'll forgive me. Now, can we just get this over with? Take me in. I'll confess to everything. Just make sure you delete that audio file. After the confession, you tell Ernie as you cuff him and march him toward your car. Case closed. All right. Looks like Benny and Ginny were right. He staged the whole thing to look like werewolf. He wasn't a crazed psychopath serial killer. I guess he was a sociopath. He did it for the money. And to pay for his daughter's vet school. Don't know why he had the wolf tattoo put on his shoulder, but no supernatural element in this entire story. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break, short break. We're going to come back and give our thoughts on today's case, maybe a little bit about both cases in this box. If you've got thoughts, I'd love to hear them. Maybe think about your favorite part, least favorite part. We'll be back in 5 minutes to hear from you and from me about what we thought of this case. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on this game. Let's check in with the chat. Maybe I can even bring this over so I can bring them up on the screen. Although I guess they're just as easy for you to see here. Okay, Jonathan says, I think the other case in the double feature might have had slightly better overall pacing than this one, but I think I enjoyed the puzzles in this one a little bit more. We got stuck on that one puzzle just long enough. Although maybe if this is intended as an intro to the series, that puzzle could be a bit too hard. I could see a group getting frustrated. I would agree with all of those statements. For us, that puzzle was just hard enough to really be enjoyable and not frustrating at all, but you could definitely see an intro group getting stuck on that puzzle. Ginny says, both games in the box seem to have a variety of different puzzles, good for varying skill sets. Yes, I would agree with that. I would say the puzzles in both sets were actually quite enjoyable. There were a couple in both sets that were sort of trivial, that didn't even seem like puzzles. But there was a wide variety and a range of difficulties, and some that used multiple components, but there were some real enjoyable ones there. Like as a whole, as a set, a variety, a collection, it was actually quite enjoyable, both sets of puzzles. Jonathan says, even though I don't think we normally list this as a negative, it didn't really make the most sense, the puzzles. A guy decides to encode a 3-digit password as a sentence that requires 2 grids to decrypt. Yes, it's true. In a cold case game, in a document dump game, you would be angry. You would be irritated at something that wasn't grounded better. Like, why is this cipher? Why is this message encoded? Why is this puzzle here? Here, this is just sort of par for the course, that you occasionally have puzzles that don't feel like they would make sense in the real world, that you'd have to solve this puzzle. But we cut these kinds of games a little bit of slack. The only part that I didn't like there, and correct me if I misunderstood this, the only part that really threw me is we had this hard puzzle part. Sorry, we had this the harder puzzle that we struggled with was what combination opens the case. And the one thing that really bothered me here is I didn't need an explanation. It was okay with me that this napkin and that the combination was here. I mean, I was ready to I'm okay with the puzzle not having a real reason to exist in the real world, just being a puzzle. But I was bothered that the case had we weren't told about it. Like, unless I'm missing something, I didn't need to know anything. I didn't need to have any justification other than someone tells me that they found this case in the bar and where. That I just needed something to tell me that what it was, where it was found, where it's from. Even if it was just a sentence that said, we found this mysterious case in the forest, in the bar, just something to give me some context for it. But that was actually a fun puzzle, and a puzzle that I feel like, okay, we can see what if we encounter something like this again, we know what to look for to consider possibilities. Like, I feel like we learned a little lesson there, which was nice. And the Deadbolt Mystery Society puzzle makers are good at their job. Like, I do think they deserve credit for the fact that this really was a 3-digit code. And then the other thing that you got to give them credit for is that twice we hit puzzles that we started to do because we didn't, which was fine. We didn't get stuck for too long, but where the game sort of misled us, that we fell into traps laid. This was one of them. We started doing this using the names of the people, and it wasn't until we opened up the fortune tellers thing that we got these cards and we realized, okay, the puzzle was a little harder. And then the fact that we had to match up people with their tarot cards, that was very enjoyable for a couple reasons. First of all, the cards are beautiful. It's a fun activity, matching up person with person, because you're doing a little constraint satisfaction. But then the other reason that it's so satisfying is it wasn't an abstract math puzzle. It was more of a trying to read some psychology and match it up with the person. That was fun. That was actually fun. And it was a clever way of telling us more about the characters, which was fun for another reason, because we were sort of psychologically invested in these characters. We learned a little bit more about them. We heard from them. People making these Deadbolt games are just really good at balancing these things. And the narrative is what really did it for me for this game, for both games really. But the narrative propels the experience and really makes it, the fact that you're unfolding a little bit, reading some stuff online, it really makes you enjoy solving the puzzles in a way that just the abstract puzzles alone don't do. And they're structured like movies, so there's a little bit of a twist. I think Jonathan has a point that in yesterday's game, the ventriloquist, it was more separated into two halves of the game, or maybe like 3/4 and 25%. Whereas here, we basically solve 90% of it, then we open the second envelope, and we basically, in 10 minutes, get the finale. But this one had a nice finale, a nice narrative finale. And it tied in with the little social deduction stuff, like how he was trying to get the money for his daughter, which we heard about in the early beginning. Little twist about how you find the one prime suspect, but it's not him. Clues that this really might have been about criminal underworld, right? We got clues in the beginning that two of them were involved in crime. One guy wasn't, but there was some suggestion that it was. And I think one of the things that really worked here, in fact, I would say this is one of my favorite, what would you call it? Sort of decisions when you make these kinds of games. I do not like supernatural movies in general. That is my least favorite. Like if you give me a horror movie and it's a supernatural being that's the killer, I don't care for that. It doesn't do anything for me. It's just a letdown, and it's like, okay, it's fake. That's how I feel. There's a famous quote about someone that I love. Someone stands up at a magic show and says it's all a scam. And that's how I feel with the supernatural elements. Like, it's a scam. The movie it's a cop-out. the real world, real people are much scarier than supernatural beings. The fact that there are real serial killers around who don't care if people suffer and want them to suffer is much scarier than some supernatural monster. But I really enjoy the disquieting experience of not being sure if there's a supernatural element. And there are some movies that go the other way, that have the finale be there really is something supernatural, but they're playing it so close to the edge that it's actually really interesting. And I really appreciate that the Deadbolt Society has really figured out a way to have their cake and eat it too. Because basically the game that the world they've created, they've said, look, most of the time it's not going to be supernatural. There's going to be real elements of it running through. You're never going to be completely sure. And occasionally we're going to make a game where there's some supernatural element. But most of the time it's going to be the real scariness of real people. And that's like the best of all worlds. You play these games and you can't be sure. You're never quite on stable ground. And it leaves you guessing till the end. And if this game had ended with a real werewolf, that would have been okay within this world's lore and rules. And that's the best of all worlds. Most of the time it's not, but it can be. And that was fun, and it was fun here. And it was fun not knowing here. Checking in with the chat. Says, John says, great deal of two cases in one box. Yeah, this one took us almost 5 hours to play. Last one took us 3.5 or so. I thought that this was going to be, I thought going into this, okay, they've made a 2-in-1 box. They like have 2 crappy cases that aren't good. And they're going to basically get away with it by putting them both in one box and be like, all right, you're going to get 2 bad cases here, but at least you get 2 for the price of 1. Instead, what we got is 2 good cases, maybe a little bit on the shorter side, but we actually got 2 good cases in this box. Compelling, interesting, fun narrative, spooky. Highly recommended. If you could get this, if this comes back on sale for $20, boy, that's a bargain. And good intro to the series, although as Jonathan points out, one of the puzzles here might be hard, but you could go and get a hint if your group got stuck on this. And maybe you wouldn't get stuck where we got stuck. Jonathan says, which did you prefer more? I guess I'll lean towards the werewolf, but they were both solid. I think I might lean on the ventriloquist. I'm not sure exactly why. There's something maybe a little bit more compelling about the guy getting revenge for the wife who was framed. Narratively speaking, I think maybe that story was a little more interesting to me. Maybe the puzzles here were a little bit better. They both had nice little twists. I think the framing of the first story was more compelling to me. The guy walks in, he's got a bomb strapped to him, and we've got someone getting revenge. Turned out to be a little crazy. But I like them both quite a bit. I would recommend this box for sure. Deadbolt Mystery Society, they know what they're doing. And this case also demonstrated like the willingness to have so much narrative stuff here about these newspaper clippings of the 3 victims. Love it. All right. If you're watching this, not live, but you've watched it after you've played it, hopefully you played it yourself and then are watching this video, there's a couple things you could do. You can leave your comments after you watch the video. I'd love to hear from you what you thought. Honestly, I I enjoy responding to comments on the YouTube videos. I'm not sure, that wasn't anticipated when I started the channel, but it's actually fun talking to people about these games, especially if you like the video, if you enjoy the idea of being able to watch these long playthroughs. I'd love to hear it. Another thing you could do, though, is give something back to the company. If you haven't bought this game yourself, if you're watching it because I purchased it, I buy all these games myself, you might consider finding a way to leave a review for Deadbolt Mystery Society. It's a direct mail company. They're doing well, but they deserve a bigger audience, and it's hard to get out the word. So go find the Deadbolt Mystery Society site, leave them a comment, maybe pick up another box. You could consider giving this video a thumbs up and subscribing to the channel. That's always fun for me as well. Anything else we need to talk about before we sign off? You can stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a thread, there's a link to that in the About page on YouTube. You can stop by the Game Queue thread if you follow that link and help us decide what games to play next. I'm thinking we might try a longer game next. I was thinking that cold case game to be the detective, but another thing we might want to consider is we might want to consider playing the Emerald Flame, which is a kickstarted box I have of a puzzle game. A little bit like this, but probably much more elaborate, difficult, more highly produced. And the reason we might play that if we want, even though it's not quite the genre that's my favorite, and it would benefit from team play, is that that company that makes the Emerald Flame has a Kickstarter going on now for the next couple weeks for a reprint of Tales of Ord. It's called something else now. But that was quite a famous puzzle game that went out of print, and they're reprinting it. It's not cheap. It'll be like $100 to kickstart it. But it might be interesting for us to play the Emerald Flame and then see whether that's a game that people want to kickstart and back. Again, advantages would be it's very beautiful. The pieces are beautiful. It'll be a more difficult, longer experience of a puzzle game, one that would absolutely benefit from having audience participate. John says, nearing 2,000 subs. Yes, the channel is nearing 2,000 subscriptions. It's quite fun. Ginny says, Jonathan, I'm glad you're playing along with Dear Holmes. I guess that's another thing to remind you if you're watching this now. On Sundays, we've started playing this Dear Holmes play-by-mail. We've got a new letter to read. There's lots of interesting theorizing and discussion going on in the channels of that. And we're wrapping up our Blinded Birder case. We expect the finale of that to be on Sunday. All right, and Ginny got MVP today. We should have a chart somewhere where we keep track of who's getting MVP for each stream. All right, so with that, I'll thank you again for joining me. It was a pleasure. Again, I don't know what I would do if I had to play these alone now. Having a team here really makes it more enjoyable, and we really needed the team today. All right, I'll see you next time.